And Luann, if you would have roll call, please?
Okay. Ernest Demon,
Yep.
Philip Martin,
Yes.
Jacqueline Minton,
Here.
Luann Doherty, myself, here, and Boyd Snyder.
Here. Thank you. All present. Invocation. Jackie, would you do that for us, please?
Sure. I didn't do a smudge. You just passed down, eh? Bonjour. Bonjour, j'aime miigwech for this day. Miigwech to everyone that's here, that we all arrive safely. We ask our ancestors to walk with us through this and guide us as we make these decisions. Miigwech to all the spirits that are here with us and always helping us to make things better. Miigwech. Miigwech for all the work that has been done up until now. And we hope that everyone, when we leave, has a safe trip home so that we can come back together and work some more on this election code. Now.
Thank you, Jackie. We have the minutes from 8/21/24. Do we have a request for the minutes to be read? We're very short.
We don't usually read minutes.
Okay.
Is that how you guys are gonna do that going forward? Reading the minutes into the record? I don't know of any committee or commission that does.
We do in Marquette, but that doesn't
You do?
mean anything.
Okay. It's your guys' call, but just letting you know that we've
What's
never
your-
done that before.
Someone requested it?
No, he asked for it
No.
to.
Is there a request for the minutes to be read? If not, we all have a copy from the last meeting, so with that, we will move on to, which was a,
Wait, you do have to approve them though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion to approve.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carried. Okay, Article 5 was a workshop date option, which is coming up with the board. And right now, it looks like the 12th. So it'll be the afternoon,
The 12th of,
November.
November.
let me see, said the plan.
What day is that, a Thursday? Tuesday.
Tuesday.
At what time?
It would be in the
After-
afternoon.
We don't know what time yet.
Nope.
but-
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it was open.
Okay, everybody with that?
Yep, everybody's good with that.
Okay, then we will be moving on to our project.
Just for,
Unless-
if everybody's okay with that date and you're okay with this, we will just reflect it in the minutes as without objection. If that's okay, because I think you guys should probably have that reflected in your minutes because those do get posted on the website.
Okay.
The date?
Is everybody good with that date, afternoon time?
Yes.
With
Okay,
that?
workshop with the board, 11/12. Yes.
Yes,
Time to be determined. Yep.
yeah. Okay. With that, we will be moving on to working on the Chapter 10 Tribal Code for us to look at any possible changes that need to be reflected. With that, is anybody, we'll start with 1. Everybody have a chance to read 1?
I think you guys discussed last meeting that you're gonna go through it line by line.
Line, yep.
So
Yeah.
Maybe go through it, like read it, and then, is that what Jackie's saying, yes?
Yes,
Is
Stu?
that how you guys envision that happening?
That's fine with me.
Do you want me to, sorry, Ilana.
Nope, that's all I was gonna ask is.
Do you want me to read out loud into the record each paragraph as we go through them, or how do you want to do this?
I don't care.
I
I
would
think that would be,
appreciate that.
yeah, I think that way, yeah, that way we know, and anybody else watching that doesn't know the code or have the code in front of them, they'll be aware of what's going on.
Sounds good. Everybody in agreement with that? Okay.
All right, sounds good. I have,
Ryan, you
I
got the floor.
have, thank you, Chair. I actually have it online too for the Zoom. So we'll start with the first section is 10.101, purpose and authority. Section 1 is the purpose of this chapter is to establish authority for holding tribal elections. The regulations and procedures contained in this chapter shall be administered in such a way as to accomplish this purpose and intent. The authority for this chapter is Article 5, Section 6 of the Constitution.
Have any comment, questions? Or we have a okay on one? Everybody okay with one?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
All right.
Ryan, if you would, please.
Subsection 2, each of the numbered sections and subsections of this chapter shall be deemed to be discrete and severable. If any provision of this chapter shall be held to violate the Constitution and/or the bylaws of the tribe, the validity of each and every other provision shall be unaffected thereby, and all such other provisions shall remain in full force and effect.
Comments? All good? Good. Okay. Ryan, 102?
Section 10.102, scope. This chapter shall govern all tribal elections pursuant to Articles 4 and Articles 5 of the Constitution. This chapter shall be subordinate to the Constitution and bylaws. There shall be no amendments to this chapter within the period of 6 months prior to the date of the general election held pursuant to this chapter, except by positive majority vote.
Comments? Okay.
It's probably implied, but should we just say positive majority vote of the board of directors?
That's exactly
I mean,
what I was
it's,
gonna ask.
it's, we know who it's talking about, but we can make it clear if you want.
And when you'd say 6 months prior to the date of the general election, I always thought that that meant prior to the kickoff, the notice of election, but that does not mean that. It means 6 months prior to that date in June, right?
Correct.
Because that's the general election, okay.
So we need to change this to the board of directors.
Yeah, just adding.
I think just adding that might, just for clarity, I think everyone would know, but it's better to be clear instead of imply when we can, right? So,
So change that to board of directors instead of,
Ryan, once we're done with the revisions today, you're going to provide the red line copy to the commission, correct?
yeah, I can email it out
Okay.
where we're at.
Could we put, that shall be no amendments to this chapter within the period of 6 months prior to the date of the general election? And maybe add in there, which is what is it, the final?
Thursday in
Fourth
June.
Thursday of June. Just because I know, I always get that mixed up. And I thought it was January with announcement of the election. So I'm sure lots of people get that mixed up, so could we put that in there just to help out?
Maybe in parentheses?
Okay, we'll do held on
There you go.
it's the third, fourth Thursday. If I could type today, Thursday in June pursuant to this chapter. How's that look?
Great.
Obviously, we can change this later. This is our first run through. All right, if we're good on section 102 for now, I'll go to 103.
okay?
Straightforward.
Yeah, the first two are pretty straightforward. The definitions one, we might have definitions we want to tweak, so. Section 103, for the purpose of this chapter, certain terms are defined in this section. When not inconsistent with the context, words used in the present tense include the future. Words in the singular number include the plural number. Words in the plural include words in the singular, and words in the masculine gender include the feminine gender. The word shall is always mandatory and not merely discretionary. That's a weird paragraph.
Mouthful.
I think it's found in a lot of our codes though.
Yeah, it's it.
Nobody can come back and say, well, it said one person,
Right.
it didn't say three.
Or it said chairman, not chairperson. Yeah, it's standard language we have in a lot of our codes. It's old, kind of weird language, but it works fine in my opinion.
Yeah, it explains it, right?
All members okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll move on to 1.
Subsection 1, adult shall mean a member of the Sault Ste. Marie tribe of Chippewa Indians who is at least 18 years of age, who is at least the age of 18 years on the date of election as determined in section 10.105.
You think date of election should be?
10.107.
Thank you.
And I think the date of the election maybe should be clarified there like you did above, Jackie. Because date of which election, primary, general?
Yeah.
Add primary or add the date?
Do we want to clarify it the same way?
We want,
did?
yeah, we want to clarify that date of election, which is the general election date.
I think adult means date of the election. I mean, they can vote in any election that happens during the year. It doesn't have to be the general election. I mean, it could be a referendum or.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
No, well, no, because the referendum code, which is something that we could always make suggested proposed changes to, the referendum code shoots you back to the general election. So if you weren't registered, well, everyone is now, but if you weren't registered for the general election, you couldn't vote in the referendum until that next general election. Is how the referendum code is written.
So you can vote,
So even though you're of age and everything, you
So even if I'm 16, or I'm 17 for this election in 2024, and then I won't be able to vote until the next general election in 2026. If we have referendums in between there, the way the referendum code is written, I can't vote until I vote in that general election.
Well, who determines they just won't get a ballot? Is-
Yeah, so if we have a referendum between now and the next general, they run the voter list the same as you guys ran it for the general election with updated addresses, of course, but no new members. It's the same people that voted in 2024 general who get to vote in referendum,
Eligible to vote in the 2024.
okay.
who are eligible to vote in 2020, who are eligible to vote in 2024. Maybe after we tackle chapter 10, the commission can look at chapter 11, which is referendum, which is also part of your authority to, if we have a referendum election, and see what you might suggest changing there. But that maybe we'll tackle that one after. We'll tackle each at a time, but that's how it currently works with the referendum code. So,
Spelling out general in this
so,
section would be fine.
so getting back to my point, yes, putting general election here would be fine, because that's in line with the referendum code as
Okay.
well.
Everybody got that? Okay. We'll move,
I thought you said this is supposed to be 107, not 105.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have it, I have that marked, yep.
okay.
10.1032 is where you're going to now.
2,
Yep.
okay. Brian?
Yeah, sorry, hold on, I was adding that held on the fourth Thursday in June language.
You want me to read for a bit? Or no?
Maybe in a little bit you can take over if you want. Subsection 2, ballot shall mean the official form used by the tribe listing candidates running for various positions from which members may choose.
Good.
Good.
So, just out of curiosity, when it comes to ballot, does that cover, so Ashley and I met with our new IT CIO, and advise that in the new member website that they're working on, that we would want a member portal that potentially provides the ability for members to go online to do their voting versus a paper ballot. So that's part of what they're asking for in their RFP for that, which I think would be awesome myself, but does this form cover electronic balloting, electronic voting, that kind of thing, or would that be in the voting section?
I think if you put the ballot shall mean any official form,
Okay.
any official
Any official,
forms.
perfect.
Then it will capture any way that this commission and future commissions are able to run elections.
You're gonna have both, right?
That's what he's,
Online and,
right, he's changing it to cover that situation. I don't know if it'll be ready for 26, you guys, but
long we're going to. that
it was
direction.
like #1 priority for us as far as our website goes.
Okay. Very good. Everybody okay with 2?
I should, I have one more thing to change into or suggest changing. It says any official forms issued by the tribe. I think it should say issued by the election commission, right? You guys are the body that, it's not the tribe as a whole. Okay, that was my only other suggestion for that one.
That's awesome. Suggestion right there.
Okay.
I am excited.
Yes.
I pray that it gets done because it's 2024, come on.
That's a lot of money, probably.
Okay.
I don't know.
Subsection 3, Board of Directors shall mean the governing body of the tribe. Makes sense? Number 4, campaigning shall mean all efforts designed to influence members to support or reject a particular candidate, including without limitation advertising, rallying, public speaking, or other communications with members. And we can too, like if we have a section that maybe we want to flag, like we don't have language today that we want to change it. If there's, like maybe this campaigning language, I don't have a suggestion, but maybe some of you do, but I want to make a note here, just maybe to look at how to tweak this. I think it can be fleshed out better, but I don't have a suggestion today. So we could also do that as we're going through it. If there's areas where like, hey, that sounds kind of weird, but I don't have language that we can put in today, we can just put a comment next to it, like we're continuing to workshop that language.
Open item.
Yeah, yeah.
How about, on tribal land? We're not supposed to, the candidates aren't supposed to do that on tribal land. Is there some way we can change that, or would we want to change it?
They can campaign in different forms on tribal land. They can come to my house, I live on tribal land, and ask me to put a sign in my yard. They can come to my house and ask me to sign their nominating petition.
Okay.
So that would be something,
It's further down in a different section.
Okay.
If we want to tweak that, that's a different section, and we can look
Yeah.
at the language.
All right.
and that's more like they can't come to my place of employment and ask me to do any of those things. So that's what's covered
And
down
that's in that
below, I
section,
believe.
yeah.
But just a generic on tribal land, that is not the way
Okay.
it works.
Got it.
But so this current definition is meant to be as broad as possible to give the commission the ability to stop illegal campaigning. And it's been, in the past, read very broad by prior committees and by the Court of Appeals, although that's starting to get narrowed a little bit by our current Court of Appeals.
So we're going to go with 4 as written then.
But kind of leave it open.
Revisit?
Yeah. Yeah, so we can revisit it at
Okay.
I think you guys had several complaints that related to campaigning,
Yeah.
so I
Yeah.
think that's what's leading Ryan to believe you may want to revisit.
Yeah, and I didn't get a chance before this meeting to reread them. I want to reread some of the recent Court of Appeals opinions from 2020 forward, because a lot of them deal with, in some part, this campaigning and how it's defined and how it works. And so I'll send some language to you guys that I would maybe suggest once I've acquainted myself with those opinions and just to see how the court's reading it. That can help maybe guide how, if we want to change it, how we might change it. So
That's a good idea.
I'll even add in the comment from legal to review current Court of Appeals opinions
Okay.
from
Everybody okay then? Move on to 5?
Yep.
Okay.
candidate shall mean a person seeking tribal elected office.
Okay. All right.
Number 6, complaint shall mean a complaint alleging a violation of the election ordinance by a candidate or any other member filed with Election Commission pursuant to section 10.120. And that one is the right section, okay, good.
So, well, that will basically mean that, of course, it has to be in writing, right?
Yeah, and down in 10.120, that spells it out more what the
Oh,
complaint has to
okay,
look
that's right,
like.
too. Okay.
This is just trying to define generally what complaint means.
Yep. 6, okay?
We good? 7, Constitution shall mean the Constitution of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians.
Okay.
Number 8, contest shall mean a challenge to the results of an election or a decision of the Election Commission raised pursuant to section 10.118. That should be 119 now, I think.
That should be
It is
119.
119. Mine says 119.
My, yeah, my,
Looking at the red line version?
No, I'm looking at the
I'm
regular.
looking at the red line version, so.
So,
my Word document might be a slightly old version.
Yeah, that does say
Because I have, I didn't use the one she gave you, I used the one that.
I printed mine yesterday right from the
don't confuse me.
I gave you two, Lou.
Yeah, because I had the PDF, but then trying to find our Word documents aren't always saved as up to date.
So
I gave
that's
you 2
okay until
copies.
we get to 119, right? Everybody okay?
Yep.
Okay. Number 9.
Contribution shall mean money or in-kind donations other than voluntary personal services.
Good? Okay.
Designated office, number 10, shall mean the office located on tribal trust property of each designated representative.
I don't know if this would be the section.
That's
I'm
weird.
sorry, I don't want to jump ahead of commissioners.
Does each,
Board member?
there's a designated, do they all have a designated office?
There, we do, the code is very specific on what the designated offices should be, and that would be one thing when we get to that section that I would recommend we do not do. But my legal question would be, so everything's supposed to be done at a designated office, but again, this is 2024. We've had several candidates request to be able to email their stuff versus having to have the packets emailed to them, versus having to go into a designated office to receive and submit everything. I don't know if this would be the section, because I think that that is something that the commission should consider allowing. It's just, it's a hardship sometimes for some candidates to be able to get to the designated office.
Yeah, I think in that, I'm sorry, go ahead, Jackie, you first.
So what I'm thinking, what I think of with this too is that, the thinking, the reasoning behind it is so that, anybody could just send in their paperwork for somebody else. I mean, that could happen. And whereas there's a designated office, when you hand it, you have to show them your ID. And so that would eliminate any fraudulent just because it happens.
Well, the packet they get is pretty explicit on basically who and everybody that's in that unit. That probably shouldn't be to the public.
So maybe a
It's not running.
compromise could be that certain documents have to be picked up at designated offices, such as their packet, their letter of intent has to be submitted to that designated office, but maybe financial reports, things like that, just secondary stuff to the main election documents, maybe that could be something you consider allowing the candidates to do, because I think you're right. And when they submit their other documents, they don't have to show any ID. They just, well, the designated office representatives get used to who the people are, so that's part of it, but just maybe further down the line, looking at allowing some things to be submitted electronically and some required to be submitted at the office designated.
We're not gonna limit them.
Yeah, I think that's a good
to
idea.
their
And we
area,
could,
right?
in the packet, if that's further down, obviously in the code, but in the packet, if we go that route, we can make them have to designate an email. I don't think we do that now, but
No.
we can make the candidates designate an email that they are going to use for that election cycle, and then they can correspond electronically for certain things with the election commission email, but they have to tell us what email they're going to use, so we can have some kind of
Yeah.
safeguard that we know it's their email.
And Luann just brought up a really good point, because we did not hold, like if it was a Unit 4 or 5 candidate and they happened to be in the Sioux, and they wanted to submit their documentation, whatever it was, to the tribal court, which was designated as Unit 1's office, we didn't tell people that they couldn't, so I don't know if that needs to be spelled out in code, and you guys decide whether or not they can or can't. As long as it was a designated office, we accepted that paperwork, so I don't.
Makes sense.
You say
And I
the
think-
office of which unit is,
Sometimes,
They might be at a board meeting or something.
Right.
but sometimes with like the, you know, the, like with financial reports and those kind of reports, like, we're starting this on January 29th. Weather is always an issue, especially when you live in those outlying areas. So if you can, you know, email them in, that'd be accessible for everybody.
So we need to revisit 10?
I think so.
Well,
I have a suggestion to, I personally don't like this definition. It's kind of vague. And it points to another definition. I think the definition should be able to stand alone without pointing to another definition if possible. So maybe it can say something to the effect of designated office shall mean the office or offices designated by the election commission for official correspondences during an election cycle. I mean, that's really what they're for, right?
That sounds better, because this is really vague.
it's very specific to tribal land.
Yeah.
Trust.
Yeah, what if in the future we have a building that's not in trust, but the tribe owns it and we want to use it, we still are allowed to use it. It's a weird definition. I think it can be tweaked.
Okay, everybody got that?
Is that good enough for now?
For now? Okay.
So what do you want me to write next to it?
I wrote, designated office shall mean the office designated by the election commission for official correspondences during an election cycle. And I'll email this out too, so everyone can see the red lines.
Okay,
That's awesome.
yeah, that sounds much better.
Number 11, designated representative shall mean the person in each unit designated by the election commission as noticed in the election announcement who is responsible for receiving filings and reports from candidates. Did we designate representatives?
We absolutely did not designate representatives.
Offices.
We did do offices, but not representatives.
And looking in the past, at least the very recent elections, I didn't see any actual representative things. There's always offices. We might not need this definition anymore. If you designate an office, the staff in that office have to help you with, have to do their stuff with the election. So maybe this definition is outdated and no longer needed.
Yeah, because we had several situations where if, say, Viola in Unit
She was
4
out of
was out,
town,
then
remember?
Rachel filled in for her or somebody else in that office, so, yeah.
So we're going to
I
change
mean, that'd be like
representative.
telling them that none of them can take vacation for that whole 6-month period, right?
Yeah.
Viola's gone on Thursdays, so.
Yeah.
So we're going to change that to office then.
No, I think just.
For now, I'm gonna, yeah. For now, I think we can strike it. I don't think we need it.
The whole paragraph?
The
Okay.
whole definition.
I'm not even sure the code that I can think of ever again references designated representative. I think it's a definition that actually is never used.
I think it might reference it later on. but-
Maybe, yeah, we'll see. If it does, we'll change it to offices. Number 12, election commission shall mean the governing body over tribal elections, which derive its duties and responsibilities from this chapter.
Okay. All okay?
13, election, oops, sorry. We good? Election cycle shall mean the period beginning with the mailing of the election announcement and ending with the expiration of the contest period following the general election.
Does this need to be updated as far as mailing of the election announcement? That gets emailed, it gets posted. I mean, that's not, I didn't mail an election announcement to anybody.
Yeah,
No,
we don't mail it, we post it anyway.
Posting of, there you go, yeah.
But the posting,
Okay.
just update.
Yep.
You're gonna print this out, right? After you get done,
You
Ryan?
guys are getting an email copy of it with the red lines in it.
I was gonna email it out, yeah.
If I have, yeah, if I have to read, I don't.
And I don't know if you guys can see it up on either screen.
No,
Yep.
Is it kind
on
of,
that one we can, but
is it kind of small?
over there it's kind of.
There we go.
There we go, he made it bigger on the back one here.
Okay.
Okay, so we go with 13, we'll change mailing to posting.
Yes.
Yes.
14, election units shall mean the 5 election units as described by Article 4 of the Constitution and particularly defined by Section 10.106.
That'll be good, but
Is it 106?
10.106 is computation of time in mind.
How did we?
Yeah, it's because,
Election units is 10.108 in here.
yeah, 10.108.
Yeah, 108.
yeah.
Not,
You got me checking every single reference. Since you caught the first one.
When Candace went through and posted this, she caught all these, but I couldn't find the updated Word document, only the PDF, so that's why there's a little differences in the section numbering.
what does that do for the at large?
yes.
This is constitutional, you guys. It's not anything that I think you can change. This is
That's gonna have to be a constitutional change. You're talking about, what does election units mean for at-large members?
Yeah.
Well, and we
I mean,
get those-
they're still defined, they're captured in that definition of adults, and they're still eligible to vote. They just,
They have to vote in an election.
they wouldn't be captured in an election unit as the code uses that term, except for when it says that they can choose an election unit to vote in, and then that shoots back to the 5 units, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So it doesn't,
When we get more units downstate.
That will be
We
a
just have-
constitutional amendment,
Yeah.
so we're basing this on Constitution as it stands today.
Okay, yeah, all right.
yeah, so in the future, if we do a tribal constitutional amendment and we have more units, then you just change the code accordingly to match the new constitution, yeah.
Got it.
15, immediate family member shall mean, for the purposes of this chapter, a parent, step-parent, spouse, sibling, step-sibling, child, grandparents, cohabitants, and those individuals residing in common. Cohabitant shall mean an individual who has taken up residence with another and with whom there exists a personal, intimate relationship. An individual residing in common shall mean an individual residing at a residence shared with another individual and with whom there exists no personal, intimate relationship.
Wow. How about indentured servants?
I'm glad we got a lawyer here.
Yeah.
This crap, it's like, jeez.
Do you want me to flag this one? I don't have a suggestion now, but maybe we can
No.
make this a little more like,
Readable?
yeah, readable, like,
I think-
normal English, not legalese.
Well, I don't know.
Well, these are definitions,
And you do have
Yeah.
to
Makes
define,
sense, I mean,
so it explains it in full, you know,
yeah,
It
I
doesn't-
think they should leave it alone.
yeah.
We go,
Yeah, we'll leave it alone.
we go with it? Okay.
I'm just glad we have you here, because I wouldn't understand it otherwise.
so I'm not sure why we have this as a definition in here, and there's probably a reason, but I see that we don't have cousins, but we have aunts and uncles.
Don't put cousins, cause
If,
that,
well, no, I'm thinking, why do we have aunts and uncles if they don't reside in the same household? I don't know. I mean,
Do we have aunts,
I think.
parents, step
I
parents,
think
spouse?
because,
siblings?
like, because aunts and uncles, like, for us are like second, like moms and dads.
yeah, okay.
So that's,
Yeah, because Aaron's running around saying I'm its cousin, so I don't want this.
Oh, I'm not telling you anything.
I mean,
Oh, my goodness.
and it's possible, like, if you had, even though we don't have uncles and aunts in here, if, say I lived with my auntie, and so then we would potentially be individuals residing in common. We don't have an intimate relationship, but she's taking care of me, maybe that would, and depending on context, she might be considered my immediate family member for purposes of this chapter as a resident in common.
So we're gonna go okay with this one or revisit?
am I related
Or
to?
both?
I'm
People?
good with that one.
Good, okay. Okay,
I would say
I don't
okay.
That's a big question. I won't put that on the record.
You're another, we're all related to everybody, right?
I mean, no, I didn't say that.
No, the medicine man told me I was related to half the Sioux.
I guess if you go back far enough,
Yeah.
a lot of us are gonna have.
It's not a close, obviously, I don't know who they are.
Okay, so, but anyway, we're good with this definition.
Yeah,
16, in-kind donation shall mean the donation of services, materials, or items other than cash to a candidate, value of which shall be,
Assessed.
okay, I was like, this, assessed at a fair market value.
so we got.
Assessed.
comments? Good?
Good.
Yeah.
Going to determine the
good.
fair market value
Yeah.
How do you,
of the signs and,
So the way it's worked in the past, I think we actually had one candidate that did have to do this on one of their financial forms this year. So say I'm running for office and I have a friend who's a graphic designer and they make flyers for me for free, or they put something on the website for free. I would ask them as a candidate to give me an invoice of what this would cost if I was just buying your services, and then that's what I'm supposed to report. And so it's not really explained in the code how a candidate should do that, but that's how they've been advised in the past, and that's how they, at least the one candidate that I can think of did it for this election cycle. They just asked their buddy, hey, how much would this have cost if I had to pay for it, even though you're giving it to me? And then they put, this is, website design, $500 or whatever it was, right? It's the kind of thing that candidates will usually email or call admin and ask, and that's the general advice that they've been given. Just estimate what the value would be. We had a candidate use signs from a previous election because they had their name on it and there was no reason to change it. If they're running for the same unit, they lived in the same unit, and so they just put the approximate cost of what those signs might have cost them in 2024 as opposed to when they bought them in 2020 or whatever. That's what this
So they
definition.
had to add them even though they owned them?
Yeah,
Which I thought was really odd that we would require anybody to report that.
Yeah.
I was honestly confused. Right. So why would they have to?
taxing?
Yes.
Yeah, taxation upon.
yeah, and I don't have an opinion one way or another strongly. I don't think
Yeah.
they necessarily need to report that, but I know they did.
Yep.
Just
We didn't tell them that they had to, just to be clear. They just did
Yeah,
it
we
on
didn't.
their own.
Yeah,
We
they
thought
just
it was
that's just
weird.
how they did it. They didn't call or ask if they had to. They just did it to cover their own
Yeah, they were just.
tracks. Yeah. So stuff like that is how they kind of figure it out.
Okay, with 16?
Letter of intent, number 17 shall mean the letter a person submits stating his intent to become a candidate for an elected position on the board of directors.
Yeah, that's good.
18, marked ballot shall refer to a ballot which has been marked by a registered voter with an expression of that voter's preference for a candidate or for a proposed resolution of an issue.
Good.
Okay,
19, member shall mean a person enrolled in the tribe as certified by the tribal registrar.
Okay,
Non-candidate registrants, number 20, shall mean individuals who expend money on campaigning. Is that?
I think
I
that
don't know
we
if that
need to look
captures
at
it
that one a
fully.
little bit closer, maybe when we get to that section in the actual code versus the definition. I can't recall, we may have had one person register as a non-candidate,
What's,
but that's like, I would have to register if I want to, and I don't know how you police this because we're not the police. Like,
hard.
if I didn't register as a non-candidate registrant, but I'm out here campaigning for somebody on Facebook, like I support this person, am I violating this code because I didn't register as a non-candidate, even though I'm willfully and actively showing my support for that person?
that's,
Well, that,
That's-
and look at all of the mailers that went out
Yeah.
that, you know,
somebody didn't
yeah,
send.
just somebody just, you know, sent out negative mailers about other candidates and there was nothing on them.
Yeah.
And, you know, I don't, yeah, and how do you police that?
Right.
It's real hard to enforce. It's almost in a way unenforceable.
So maybe when it gets down into the code section, maybe highlight that and then the commission can discuss it more in depth when we get
Yeah,
to
I made
that
a note to
particular-
look at this one closer, see if it lines up with the non-candidate section that's
Okay.
further down.
Okay,
21, non-residents shall mean those members of the tribe who do not maintain a permanent residency within the service area.
this is the at-large.
Yeah.
So I have to go back to 20 for a second. It's very clear in the definition, it's only those who spend money. So if I want
know.
to, but I think we'll.
Yeah,
look
that's
at
why
this
we
more. Yeah.
gotta look at that section. Yeah,
Yeah, that's,
because I think the section, I don't remember the exact language, but I think it's much broader than just spending money. So we'll have to make sure those line up with what the commission wants to propose.
okay, sorry.
No, you're fine. 21, good, non-resident, not residing in the service area.
Should it be service area or election units?
I think it should be.
Because this is specific to election units, all of this stuff, right? For the
Yeah, I don't know why this one says service area. It means not residing within one of the 5 election units. We couldn't just say that. Not residing within one of the tribe's 5 election units. Because that's what it means. We don't use service area, I don't think, later on in the code. We always say election units.
We'll just match it up.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
22, registered. Registered shall mean certification from the election commission that a member may participate as a voter in the election.
Should that say registered voter?
I think so. I don't know why it just says registered. Yeah.
And, I'm sorry. It's not certified from the election commission that a member may participate as a voter in the election. That's something the tribal registrar does, doesn't it? Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, because.
You guys don't certify every single voter in
No.
elections.
They
When we go over the nomination petitions,
We verify them,
we
yeah.
verify them but also, yeah, we're not certifying those voters, but
Right.
we're giving,
I guess technically, because the registrar gives you the list, and then when you send them out based on that list, you're in essence certifying that they are registered to vote, but it is the registrar who creates that list.
Yeah.
Based on our database. So maybe, yeah, this needs to be tweaked a little. Registered voter shall mean, well, what it should,
Certification from the,
from tribal register.
Registrar,
Yeah.
I'm not dead set on this language, but what it really means is a registered voter shall mean an adult, going back to our very first definition, right? An adult.
Well, you know, like when we certify those nomination petitions, like we check their address, and if they don't have the right address in that,
we don't no.
Yeah.
No, that's just verified.
That's just verified.
Yeah.
I'm surprised there's nothing in the definitions for nominating petitions. Like, that's where that would be covered, I would think.
And as you go through the code, if we see stuff in other sections that, like a term we use a lot that isn't defined for some reason, then we should probably go up and define it. To Lana's point, I don't have a specific example, but there might be things we use a lot later on in different sections that aren't actually clearly defined in the definition section, and we can mark those and circle back to them,
That's
right?
important though, because, whoa, if they don't,
Almost.
you know, it could get people knocked off and they wouldn't have enough. So that's important.
Well, there is a whole section of nomination of
Yeah.
candidates in the code, so we may end up having to put some type of definition in definitions for the nominating petitions or something. So I
Okay.
would definitely.
Isn't every tribal member automatically registered to vote when they turn 18?
Yeah, so, yeah,
Yes and no?
I mean, yes,
Last time.
yes, they're registered to vote, but they can't fully vote in our elections until we maybe change the referendum code to allow them. So I turn 18 now, I'm registered to vote, but there's not an election until 2026. So I'm registered to vote, but I'm not gonna be able to vote until 2026. But if a referendum election happens between then, the way the referendum code is worded, I'm not allowed to vote yet because I haven't voted in a general election. I wasn't eligible for last general election. So, and that is a conversation I think we should have once we get through chapter 10. We should look at 11 and we can bring proposed change, not 11. 11 is membership ordinance. We can look at the referendum ordinance, I think it's 12, and then see what needs to change to be more in line with chapter 10 or more in line with intent of the election commission and propose those changes to the board of directors and see if they will adopt them. Because there is, you're right, there's a disconnect to being registered and actually being able to vote. If I'm registered today, I don't get to vote. If we have 3 referendum elections between now and 2026 and I'm registered today, I don't right now get to vote in them. So I'm eligible to vote and I can't vote. And that's a hole there, right? So.
I'm sorry. Did you already cover this? Because to Ernie's point, also registered voter, with that change they made last year, you can be a registered voter in the chairman's election and referendum when that one comes around until that code's changed. But that would lead me to believe that once I turned 18, because it's defined above, I'd be able to vote in all of the election, not just the chairman's election. So we definitely will need language in here for that.
Yeah, I think so right now I changed it. I'm not dead set on this as a final. We got to tweak this further, I think. But right now it says registered voter shall mean an adult listed on the official tribal rolls as certified by the tribal registrar. Because everyone is just registered to vote now.
Okay.
But we might need to tweak this further as we get more proposed revisions.
Okay, I'll put a star by it.
You copying me?
23, residency shall mean the address at which a member has his or her true fixed home and, excuse me, and principal establishment, and to which he or she has the intention of returning whenever absent. Residency therefore requires 2 elements: A, physical presence in a unit, and B, the intent to make that unit home. For the purposes of this election code, a member has only one residency regardless of the number of houses maintained. In determining which of a member's houses is their true residence, attention must be given to the member's intent, which requires an examination of the entire course of the member's conduct.
Wow. Over my head with that damn
This
thing.
is such a sticky, slippery slope. This is, because how many times have we seen this been taken, this is taken advantage of?
When they say intent, like she said, man, you can take that all out of proportion when it says intent.
It's very subjective. How does Jackie know Ryan's intent that he maybe he lives in Traverse City, but I have a home in the Sioux that I'm sometimes at, but I intend it to be my home, but I'm just, for some reason, in Traverse City more. Like, it's very subjective, and it can be a sticky point, right?
In 2006, a candidate listed a home down the road as their home, and I knew it was not their home, and I called the water department, and the water department said, no, there's not a meter there. I called heat, there's no heating going there, so we knew that nobody was living there. Yet, that candidate was still allowed to run and use that as their address. So
they had
that's,
Yeah,
What happens when you have 2 or more units and you have houses and 2 or more units? Unit 2, unit 3, you got those houses. I intend to stay here for this one, but I intend to stay here for a different one.
Yeah,
Different
one for the
lots.
summer, one for the winter.
Yeah.
right, yeah, it's a sticky
Or it all
point.
depends if you wanna get somebody elected or not. I'll
And-
take this one so I can elect them, yeah.
And the way the code is currently intended, how much is that on the commission to try to investigate, or how much is that on waiting until a complaint is filed and then you guys and
Well, we
me
need our own
investigate,
police
right?
officer.
We need our own
Oh, you want.
private investigator.
Yeah.
There's a shocker, Luann.
I'm gonna make a comment here that maybe we can tweak this
Yeah.
further.
Visit.
Yeah.
Is this one,
All right.
big time.
Number 24, resident shall mean those members of the tribe who maintain a permanent residency within the service area.
That's more explanatory.
I don't know why it's kind of two definitions that are kind of the same thing. I'm just gonna flag this as maybe duplicative, and
Be what?
maybe it's unnecessary. It's basically saying the same thing as residency, resident and residency. Maybe we can tweak both of these into one definition.
Oh, yes,
And just make sure service area is changed to election unit too, whichever one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I'll make note, just in general, to look throughout the code where it says service area to change.
Trying to make this more
changed.
user-friendly.
Well, I'd like it to be more, easier to read for,
User-friendly.
go
readable.
back doors.
Yeah.
If someone is, I mean, most of this, I think, is in plain English, but some of it is in kind of weird legalese. And if someone is running for office and they pull up the code on the website, no matter who they are, no matter their education level, I want them to be able to understand it. All of our codes should be that way. They should be understandable for whether you're an attorney or whether you're a PhD or whether you're a high schooler or whatever it is. Like, it should be readable for the masses, right? 25, returned ballot shall refer to a ballot which has been returned by the voter to the election commission prior to the deadline for the election. That would make sense. Oh, here we go. Lana, they define service area.
Yeah.
Service area shall mean the area in which a tribe provides services in the eastern portion of the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, consisting of the counties Chippewa, Mackinac, Luce, Schoolcraft, Marquette, Delta, and Alger.
It still
But-
doesn't make any sense why we would reference service area though.
I'm gonna flag it because I'm not sure how many times
Why wouldn't
we
we
use
have
it later.
units?
They use it all through here, it seems.
So we don't even have election units defined in here, hey? Instead, they use service areas.
We have election units defined as, it points back to Article 4 of the Constitution.
What number was that?
We're on 26.
No, what number defines election?
14,
units?
14.
Oh, election units, okay. Yeah,
So then why do we have service area?
right, because the service area doesn't matter in our election, it's the election unit that matters, so I don't understand that either.
I don't either.
So we're,
I'm flagging it. I don't think
Okay.
it's necessary. I'll do a global search at some point and see how many times in the actual code provisions, not the definitions, that we use service area, and I'm guessing it's not very many. So I don't know if it's a necessary definition for chapter 10.
Yeah.
Spoiled ballot shall refer to a returned ballot that is, 1, a blank ballot, 2, a ballot that does not clearly express a choice or preference, or 3, a ballot that does not comply with security measures adopted by the election commission.
Okay, When you compare return ballot with spoiled ballot, I think this question came up too. So a return ballot would be counted as in the percentage of ballots that were returned for purposes of a referendum. But a spoiled ballot would not be counted as a vote. That doesn't, that part I think needs a little more definition. I don't know, that's me, because it was confusing.
Because we had a number of
Didn't we-
blank ballots, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and weren't those counted as return ballots because?
They were counted, they were counted in the overall tally of how many return ballots. They weren't
Yeah.
counted in the votes cast.
Right, that's what made that
Right.
And
difference.
then that would, that might play into like the referendum.
Did your
Code.
thing die?
It's blinking at me, I don't.
Here.
Is the other one, the first one was blinking. Yeah, so we might need to tweak this a little bit to see how that plays with the actual process, right? When we count votes, the referendum, all that, because we did have a number of ballots returned that were blank, so there was no vote cast, but when we did the percentage breakdown of how many votes returned, it was in that number. So we'll have to figure out how we want to propose to make that more clear or tweak that, yeah.
And some of the ballots were marked more than what they were allowed to vote for, you know,
And swore.
they voted for.
Yeah, and so the ones that had multiple people chosen, they didn't clearly express a choice or preference, so they weren't counted in the vote. But to Jackie's point, those ones were also counted in the overall return
Yeah.
still, which I think makes sense, but we should make that more clear in the code how that works.
Incorrect voting or something? Or,
They, it was a issue, so we need to.
Because, yeah, I know we're talking about a lot of referendums, even though we're not doing that code right now, but just, that's an easy example. So say we have a referendum and we get 35% return, but 10% of that return is actually no one voted.
Right.
But the other 25% did vote, and they voted to overturn the resolution. That resolution would get overturned because you had a 35% return rate, the way we currently calculate return rate.
Right.
Even though 10% of them didn't vote one way or another. So yeah, that's a longer term discussion on how we might, if that should be fixed or how we would fix that. But yeah, that's just an example, thinking of, to Jackie's point, about how they're counted, not as a vote, but as a ballot still.
And it ties into 28 as well, because didn't we get some ballots that it had the chairman and unit choices on there? And maybe they voted for the unit choice but left the chairman blank?
yes,
Yes.
So this would be a spoiled choice? Or is that just
No. Well,
where the position is blank or the voter has not otherwise clearly expressed a choice or preference for that position?
Well, yeah.
Spoiled choice,
Spoiled
yeah.
ballot. They voted for one.
but
Right,
Well, that's good enough.
yeah.
yeah, they voted sometimes for.
Right, so-
But they didn't vote for.
they didn't like
chairperson,
what,
Or vice
yeah.
versa.
They didn't like the chairman
Or the
choice.
unit directors,
All right, so,
yeah.
yeah, I think that definition's fine, because they
Okay.
wanted to vote for chair, but they didn't want to vote for unit one for whatever reason. But so that unit one was a spoiled choice, but the chairman vote was a valid choice, excuse me.
Perfect.
Do we want to flag? Make a note,
Return ballot.
Make a note on which one?
do we want, I think we want to make a note on spoiled ballot and return, and
Make it easier to understand.
further tweak returned ballot and spoiled ballot. Yeah, I think you're right, Jackie, those could, I don't have a suggestion right now, but those could use some tweaking. Just so it's more clear for everyone.
I'd like to know who wrote this in the first place. Must have been a lawyer.
I know.
Many variations of committees, attorneys.
But he doesn't work for us anymore.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of most of these definitions are holdover from many
Yeah.
decades of chapter 10, so they have not been And when the board did their last revision, we did not spend a lot of time workshopping the definitions. These have been the definitions for a long time, but some of them clearly don't work anymore as written.
We didn't have time to spend a lot of time.
29, tie shall mean a situation where upon the completion of vote counting immediately following an election, the election commission determines that 2 or more possible choices received an equal number of votes.
Okay,
Good.
Makes
good.
sense. This is to Lana's point earlier. Tribal offices shall mean the offices of the tribe located at Unit 1, 523 Ashman, Unit 2, 3355 Nopaming Drive.
That's not even right, because
Yeah, it's
we
not
use
even
the
right.
3 mile address.
Unit 3, 225 Wasay Drive.
Done this?
Unit
No.
4,
Hang on.
5698 West Highway, US 2. Unit 5, 622 West Superior Street.
If we're going to put in there that the designated tribal offices shall be noticed in the notice of election, do we even need section 30?
My suggestion is we don't need this, and then that gives the commission the ability every year to designate the office, and if something needs to change, they don't have to. I mean, they do it, we did it this year, and the prior committees have done it in the past few years. Not every office designated in this definition is workable, so they just designate the ones that are. And so this definition has never been adhered to recently, just because it might be an address that's no longer valid. And so already the committees and you guys as a commission had that discretion to use an office that's actually valid. So this probably is not needed
Yeah.
anymore.
At one point, all elections for Unit 1 did go through the administration building, but then somewhere along the line, it got changed to tribal court. So this, like, I asked that question in the beginning of our election process, like, this says 523 Ashman, does that mean that everything is supposed to be coming down here? Even though I know it's tribal office versus designated office, but I would
Just update it.
I wouldn't even put anything in there as far as the physical locations. Because as Ryan just said, that gives you guys the ability, like we used Kuwaitan HR, well, they transitioned to Kuwaitan HR mid-election stream, or right at the beginning, I can't remember exactly when. And not that it matters whether it's Kuwaitan or governmental, but next cycle, we're probably not going to use them because it's not a very convenient location for any candidates to get into the casino to go. So if we were to use this, well, this says the Lambert Center in St. Ignace, which was not used. It had been the casino HR for several cycles. So I don't think you want to tie yourself into a specific address, specific office. Those should be determined at the onset of every single election cycle. So next time we have that new medical center in St. Ignace, maybe we designate that as the point of contact for candidates.
So maybe we pray, tribal office shall mean the offices of the tribe. The designated offices of the tribe at the beginning of each election cycle?
Yeah, and that's kind of how we worded the designated offices. So maybe we just basically combine these two definitions into that one designated office definition.
Designated tribal office.
Okay, if we do that way, can we open it up to basically, like, I'll use Unit 5, for example. Do we have to have just one location in that unit? Could we have one in Marquette and one in Muncie?
I don't think that this would restrict that,
wouldn't
as long as you're not identifying them in tribal code.
Yeah, I don't think it would preclude it.
So that would give us that option if we needed it for whatever purpose.
Same thing.
By eliminating the 5 direct addresses.
Unit 4 now has 2 offices, whether or not Escanaba is gonna have somebody there permanently.
Yeah,
Right.
Still up in the air.
well, and Escanaba is the same, Escanaba, Manistee, same way, I mean, you know.
Yeah, if you get a candidate from Escanaba, why should they have to drive all the way to Manistee?
Yeah.
Same with Marquette and Munising. So yeah, I would just not put any specific addresses for these
Designated
purposes.
by the election.
Commission.
Yeah, I like, but yeah, I think Jackie said that, and I think we just combine it with, we already basically have that definition above with designated offices, and so we'll just combine those, or just use the designated office definition.
That way, because it may change with referendum or with a general election, whatever. I mean, and it might
Yeah.
change too with, you know, constantly, doing updates to offices and maybe some are closed.
Well, yeah, I mean, Unit 2, you only have something at the Hessel Tribal Center, but that's gonna move down the road, and that is one of the addresses for that facility, but when we did the notice, I believe we used the 3 Mile address because I didn't realize there was another address for the same building on the other side, so,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, so, and it may move down the road to the new community center being built down there, so.
Either that or a
There's-
mailbox on a tree.
Question for you.
Yes.
Paper towel doesn't work in that. Well, I hate to have somebody, you know, have to.
It might be empty. You just, yeah.
Way to go.
Go in the hall.
Use it up.
I'll send them a message on that.
Stuff to do.
Okay, 31, tribe shall mean the Sault Ste. Marie tribe of Chippewa Indians.
Okay,
Okay,
32, unit of government shall mean 1, any state or its political subdivisions, 2, the governing body of any Native American nation, or 3, the federal government or its executive agencies.
I don't understand why that's here.
It's holdover definition from, I don't think we have this provision anymore, but it limited people running for office of our tribe if they held office in another unit of government. But I don't think we have that prohibition anymore, so this definition might not be necessary anymore. But we'll have to see as we get further down.
I thought we did.
I thought, yeah, because
I can't remember how
you can't be on city commissioners and on the board of directors.
right, that's what this definition is for, yeah.
And, yeah,
I can't remember if
City
the,
commissioner
You-
for
You
that
need to
unit?
put,
is that still in there?
if this
Because-
is still in there, we need to have more than just state, federal, and
If
other
you're
tribe.
voting
It
for
needs to
something
be
for the
local
city,
as well.
and you're on the tribe board,
But-
and it's something that the tribe board, tribe is going against, let's go.
Right, that's what, yeah, that's exactly why it's in there. I want to make sure, I don't remember how it's currently worded in the code. I remember the board workshopping, maybe tweaking it, and I can't remember how or if they tweaked that language further down. We'll see, I flagged it. Lana said maybe we add local government, because that's not expressly in here
Right.
too, if we want ever,
Honestly, if they took it out, I would suggest we put it back in. I think Jackie gave the example of if they're voting on something at the city level that contradicts our responsibilities as a tribe. I mean, we don't want a board member that's gonna vote for something down there that completely violates the customs and traditions of the tribe. And I think that was the original intent in the beginning, was the conflict of interest, because we absolutely had that conflict of interest in the beginning.
Yeah.
yeah.
One city commissioner was also a member of the board, and at the city level, I believe she voted against this reservation getting freaking indoor plumbing.
Okay.
She was removed too.
I mean, I think everything you guys have said is exactly why
Yep.
it's in there. I just want to make sure as we get further down that this definition still has power. If it doesn't, or still has a utility, if that section got tweaked, and if it did, to Lana's point, yeah, maybe we need to retweak it or put it back if it got changed. I can't remember right now.
In the 70s. I mean, because the reservation didn't have it until the 70s, wasn't it, Jackie?
Yep.
yep,
Indoor plumbing, they were still using freaking outhouses down here, and she voted against them getting city stuff piped
And they
down
were
here.
still, it was still a dirt road.
Yeah.
That's wild. 33, vote shall refer to an unspoiled choice that satisfies the requirements of both a marked ballot and a returned ballot.
cool.
Makes sense.
We aren't getting real far.
The plan was to, I mean, get as far as we wanted to get today, but this is gonna be multiple meetings and then multiple meetings after that as we tweak it further and we get membership input. Yeah, I had no thought of this being a quick process. I thought we were gonna take our time
My
and,
next meeting, I'll leave the dogs home.
Oh, yeah, that's what I put, I mean,
yeah.
if we're gonna do it thorough.
All right, are we ready for 104, Tribal Election Commission? All elections held pursuant to this chapter shall be administered by the Election Commission. The Election Commission shall be comprised of 5 members appointed by the Board of Directors. Oh.
I
This
would
doesn't-
like
this
to recommend
doesn't have-
immediately that gets increased to at least 7.
Oh, God, thank God.
does this have
Please.
the-
I mean,
Oh, it does, okay.
13 may have been too much. I don't know if that's the case. I honestly don't know if I agree with that, but 5 is too few.
If one
That's
of
what I
us
think.
doesn't show up.
That's the first thing, that's the first thing that I thought of too, was that it should be, I think the election commission should be more than just 5 people. And I also think that there should be a designated spot for every single unit to be represented. And not according to their population, just that they are represented.
They didn't want to, though.
No, there is actually, it is supposed to be that way. Each unit is supposed to have a representative, but if you cannot get that, then we have to do what we have to do.
It's for-
And
yeah,
no
it's-
offense to
it's
the
further
Elder
down.
Advisory Committee, but I think that there was a misunderstanding. I don't know if you guys should have to have them chosen by the Elder Advisory Committee. I think in discussions, like, we were talking about an application type of process where there's some type of experience.
They reviewed
Jump in,
all that
Ryan, because
stuff.
Yeah.
I'm struggling here.
Yeah, so we had talked with the board last year about, and I think it's still potentially a good idea, we can workshop it here at this level, is having like an actual application process, not just a letter of intent like other committees, but having an application that kind of gets the background of the members who want to be on the commission, to see if you can get members who have experience in local or tribal government, or especially if they have any experience in elections of any size, tribal, local, or federal. And that didn't happen for this code revision, but it was heavily workshopped with the board. And at the time, the majority of the board did agree with that. I don't know if that sentiment has changed with the current makeup of the board, but it was something that we talked a lot about. It just never, it didn't have time to get
Yeah, there
fully
was no time.
implemented. And originally, this had it set up where the board chose 2, Christine as the executive director chose 2, and then those 4 got to choose the 5th. And so there was separation in that fifth person wasn't, for lack of a better word, wasn't beholden to either the executive director or the board of directors. They were like a true neutral applicant. That's not how it played out, but we were trying to build in less of the board just appointing everyone, and more of a multi-tiered approach.
Could we put a minimum of 5
Jackie
in
has
that?
her,
Needed
sorry.
to-
I don't think that the board of directors should be selecting election commissioners. I think that the tribal advisory board, that's a good choice.
The elder.
I also, yeah, the elders advisory board. I also think that, this was just thrown together because it had to be done, and it was, we only had a month before it was going to be, the election was going to be announced. I think that there should be representatives from each unit. I think that their qualifications should be looked at. I also think that let's put an end to the good old boys club, and just so that this this is done fairly, and there aren't any setups.
I'm going to play devil's advocate on that, and I absolutely agree that the board, the executive director, I was completely against that recommendation. That is just not the way this commission should be run. Devil's advocate, though, Elder Advisory Committee. How many of you serve on the how many of you serve on an elder committee, period? Are you on an elder committee as a member, Luann?
No,
No? You are, and you are.
And so Phil.
So we send all of these recommendations, the four of you want to go back. Elder Advisory Committee, they're already familiar with you guys.
they're,
So they're going to appoint you guys because they know you. What if somebody comes in that's never been part of that's never been part of the tribe, but they want to serve on this election commission? They have no idea who that person is.
Yeah.
They're going to go with who they know before they go with the new person.
I don't think that,
Regardless of qualifications, well, that's exactly what we're saying the board of directors would do. So if it can happen from the board of directors' perspective, it can happen from any committee perspective.
Yes.
And
I
that's
think
why
the-
I say look at their qualifications.
Yes. So, but you guys are all going to be qualified too. I'm not advocating for or against anybody. But with your initial 2 years on the commission, because that's all your term is at the beginning,
Yeah.
you're going to have 2 years of experience in the tribal election process. So that's already going to bump you above and get you to the Elder Advisory Committee for consideration. So, and it was supposed to be, and I thought it was in the code, Ryan, that we are supposed to have a representative from each unit, but there has to be that fail-safe.
It's further down. I'll
Okay.
wasn't that brought up
if we read the
by,
rest.
like, some of the people that had been on it already, that were here volunteering brought that up, I think.
Well, I think that, with, that it's, elders from each community,
Yes. Who are familiar with the elders in their community.
yeah, who are familiar. I mean, I didn't, you know what? I think that no matter what, there's going to be some questions.
Do you think that we were handpicked by the board? I don't think so.
No, only 5 of us applied, and they needed 5. That's
You guys are
that's
the
all that
only
happened.
5 that applied in that
Because I
short
was not, oh no, there was a board member that swore over her
know.
dead body that I would be on the selection commission. So,
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, we're all pretty,
I'm on 4
Different.
committees, and every one of the committees has only about half the requirements of the need for that committee. I mean, to get volunteers
Nobody wants this stuff.
is, they'd rather sit and criticize rather than
no.
stick their head out there.
There's no way I'd have the board of directors do anything for us.
No.
Nothing.
They should be totally, we should be totally
So
independent, yeah.
here's the bottom line. We're not saying that the board handpicks, that was what the initial recommendation was.
Yeah.
Regardless of how you feel, they are going to be the ones to affirm whatever decisions are made. They
Yeah.
do it for all committees, commissions.
Yeah.
They are the final word on it, so you're not getting them out of the picture 100%, period.
They only
Yeah.
do that
But they
half.
should not be handpicking them.
Right.
no, but so maybe is in this, if we're going to change anything, we change it to 7 to 9 members instead of
got
just
that?
5. 10.104 Tribal Election Commission.
Second sentence.
Second election commission shall be comprised of
But
5.
no more than 9 or something like that.
I think
Minimum 7, no more than 9?
Yes.
Oh, goodness.
I mean, is
No,
that-
what
is
if-
that
what if
something
you only
that
have 5?
is-
I think you just go to, what's the most you want this commission to be? 7, 9, or 13?
No.
No.
And then,
9 would be the-
and then you say composed of 9. And then if you only have 5 that year or whatever, like that's, you didn't get the 9. But if you say a minimum of 5 or a minimum of 7,
We only
then you
have
can't
one-
run if you don't have 7. I would, don't box yourself in that
So
way.
no
but
more than.
Figure out what your max amount you think is, like if it's 9, say that it should be composed of 9 members. And to
I
Boyd's
think-
point, you're not gonna maybe get 9 every time, but.
No, I think that with this election, there's more of an interest now for people to serve on this commission.
Yeah.
There is.
So, I mean, we've run into some problems with only having 5
Only
with
once.
voting. What?
More than
Yeah,
Once.
well, no,
Was there
we've
more than
had,
once?
you know,
'Cause once,
I don't think I had to break
was-
tie.
no,
No.
but you were sick and Bill wasn't here, it was just me
So-
and Ernie and Jackie one time, wasn't it?
To Jackie's point, that you guys have run into problems because as you've seen on primary and general election nights, there are only 5 of you Should the occasion come up that somebody is sick, they have an emergency, they cannot be there, this is a working commission. You need at least 7 to 9. I think the question is, do you want a max of 7 or do you want a max of 9? You need more than 5.
We need a
Yeah, I know
minimum of
we need more than
7.
5.
I think a minimum of 7 and a max of whatever we determine.
Yes.
What happens if you don't get 7?
Then you're good to go as long as
Gonna
what
get
Ryan
7.
is saying, no more than.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't put a
Okay.
no less than, do not put that in there,
Yeah.
put a no more than,
Yeah.
then whatever the majority is that is present on that commission at the time of the election, plus that's something maybe to think about as well, are we going to accept members onto the commission, say you go for 7 max, and you got 6, and somebody submits in February, are you gonna let somebody come on? So that's something to think about further down the line.
Yeah.
But pick a max number.
Well, next question I've got, is election commission always gonna be a volunteer commission?
What else?
Why
it
would
be?
we not be a volunteer commission?
Because when we first started, they talked about
I
it,
thought
remember?
Ryan said they're trying to get in where they start in a paid position.
No.
It is.
I don't
I'm
really
I'm
know
gonna
how
just
it
voice
can
my
be
opinion on a paid position on this election commission. No way, that's just getting bought by the board of directors and no way.
Punish us and they can't take our money away.
So what?
Actually, they could. I
Yeah, they
mean,
could.
if they
could
do
make
a
it
code of
pay for our
ethics.
own- Our own way to drive here and.
Are you dying?
It
Oh,
worked for me.
Then we won't come.
It worked for me, Phil, I don't know what.
Oh, did it? It came out? Maybe-
I am so glad I did not hit send on this email.
Good.
I know when we first came, that was mentioned.
Well, they're not gonna be a paid commission, right? Because Jackie has a very good point that would be buying them.
No, we
If
don't
you want, I mean, if you
want,
wanted true separation, you make this, all these positions are elected and they're paid and they're wholly separate from the board, but that's not anything we can get done anytime soon, I wouldn't imagine.
so why are we a commission instead of a committee?
Because the goal, the long-term goal during workshops with the board was to make this a commission with the intent of continuing every year to further that separation from the board of directors, with a possibility of maybe making these elected positions. That was just one of the things they talked about. And we talked about making them paid position and making it set up like Cherokee Nation, where you have a 5-member commission, they're wholly separate, they have they can hire their own legal counsel. I don't think at Sault Ste we get to that separation, but to build more of that type of separation, where it's an actual commission that can run independently of the other branches of government. That was the long-term intent. Whether we ever get to that type of separation with the election committee or commission or whatever we call it, I don't know, but that's why it was changed to commission.
I know we're not on mic here.
We're not on mic?
Yeah, we are.
Don't turn it on.
I haven't turned it on, but now I forgot.
Do we need to go close or what's happening?
No. Forgot what it was.
Well, my thoughts are basically 7's is a magic number to me, but I
Yep.
mean,
I think so.
I would like 9.
I
So
don't
would
think
I.
so,
I
but
think 9 would be a good number
So do I.
as a
A
maximum.
max of
A
9.
maximum.
As a
I mean,
max.
Getting 9, we might not do it.
Yeah. I
Is there-
mean, there's a lot of people that have said, oh, how do I get, how do I get a, and
We've heard that.
I've always, just like before when we were the election committee, I applied to be on the committee, and I try to get other people to do it too, and everyone, oh yeah, nobody did it. I was the only
no,
one
they
that
don't
did it.
want to, they don't want to
So,
volunteer.
But now I've noticed there are a lot more people that would like to be on the election commission, and give them the opportunity.
The biggest reason they don't want to is like us, we travel a lot. Most people don't have the cars, the way to travel, to come in from Unit 5, and they don't have that.
But you guys have the
They
option.
can always Zoom.
That's exactly it. The only on-site requirements are nominating petitions, primary and general, right?
Yeah.
Everything else can be done via Zoom.
But when
Which is nice now.
I volunteered, they needed a volunteer. So I volunteered, and I knew that having a car and having the capabilities of being able to drive for a couple hours, that I could handle that. So there's a lot of people, like Phil said, they don't have a good car.
Yeah, but we started Zoom, thank God, so now that's another step in the right direction for us.
Yeah.
We're not buying people cars so they can serve on the commission, guys.
Agreed.
I want a government, I want a government.
No, you got,
sir.
But what,
I
you know,
wouldn't
I
go
mean,
that
that's
way.
still not to say that, you know, can't carpool or whatever.
That's
Well,
right.
look what happened when your car broke down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go.
Well, myself, I'm not sold if you volunteer for a committee or you're appointed on a committee that you're gonna do it by Zoom.
I think you should have to be there unless there's an emergency.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, that may be a little old school, but that, you know, that's the way that we have always.
We're
you know,
old.
We're older, you know, yeah, and that is the way that we have always conducted business.
Well, Ryan can say this, we got people who live within 5 miles of some of our commissions and they Zoom. Come on. You know, if you can sit at home and do a Zoom, why can't you get in the car and drive 5 miles?
I mean, even if I watch the board meeting and certain board members
Yeah.
don't come in, I kind of hold that against them. because
Well,
I think
maybe,
they
you
should
know,
be
like,
there.
I mean, we're kind of getting ahead of it.
Yeah,
I mean, who's this, you know, I think that if you're gonna apply to be on the election commission, you're of this school.
So do we need a
so-
smoke
Yeah.
break? Meet with-
Okay, but that is one thing is the 5 members, maybe we do, a maximum of 9 members.
Up to
okay.
9.
Is everybody okay with that?
Maximum of
I would rather have 7, but I'm outvoted, so.
Yeah, you are, sorry.
Well, I'm with you on 7, but still outvoted, so.
Up to 9. I'm just gonna have it say the election commission shall be composed of 9 members to be in line with the way we,
Max of 9.
A max.
Well, by putting it, shall be
What is it?
max, that's the max.
I mean, if you're composed of 9, that is the max. You can't go above 9,
Okay.
but you can go below, but you can go below it.
Below 9 if we can.
But you can with that.
But you're gonna be composed of however many people
Volunteer.
volunteer for it,
Yeah.
whether that's 3 or 5 or 7 or 9.
So we have to increase our budget.
That's how every committee works. You have the max, and then you're usually under that, right?
So will this commission fall under the, Rob McGrory legislation of every committee has to be open?
That isn't,
Talk to Rob
We're a
and.
commission, I thought.
No,
That was the question I was gonna ask. Thank you, Jackie.
that is something I wanted to talk about. Hold on, sorry, Lana.
Go ahead.
And that would be down further. We haven't read far enough down. That would be how the makeup of this, talk about the 5 election units and having at least 1 representative from each, all that. That would be where, if it's changing, that would be where it is. Rob, Director McGrory is aware that it would require a code change, not just his resolution that passed, that the bylaws aren't sufficient for the election commission, and that we, meaning staff and the commission, we're going to talk about what that could look like and what you as a body would recommend, whether that be yes, to open it up to members, or no, not open it up to outside members, or if we're opening it up, what are the sideboards? How is that practically going to work? Those are things that Director McGrory is aware that are issues with opening up this particular commission to any and all members that don't live in the area, because it might prove a challenge to execute their duties. And so I believe, and Lana can fill this in more, I think he's expecting the commission to weigh in on that and give some recommendations on the feasibility of that, or if it isn't feasible, if that's what we determine. Or if it is there some kind of sideboards, like if someone's in California, but they have to be in person for election night, are we paying their travel? Like there's things there's practical considerations that need to be workshopped at this level and with the board.
exactly.
That was my question, that's
Yes.
where my question
He
was
does
going.
understand that
Because
this
they
may be
kept
one
us a
that isn't-
commission, and when the board was
So,
discussing that whole issue, they kept saying committees, and I thought to myself, Is that why we were kept a commission?
Well, I pushed to have Director McGrory take out the election commission and the enrollment committee out of that resolution so we could workshop it more, and they didn't. Where those committees are still named, commission and committee are still named, because those are two in particular that need code changes and need more workshop. We can't just change our bylaws and let anyone who's outside the service area work here. But I lost that battle. He did not take them out of that resolution. But there is no way by October 15th that you're going to be able to figure out a way to open up the commission's membership to, that's a longer, more in-depth conversation. 'Cause there's different duties for this committee than other committees, right?
Personally,
And everything got canceled for the board on October 15th, so we now have until the 22nd. I mean, I think everybody has to have their stuff, their recommendations in, so maybe we should have added that to this agenda.
Well, I think we're in the section right now
Okay.
that pertains to it, so I think we had that discussion today, and then if we only get through 104 or 10, up to 106 today, 104 is pretty large, then so be it, but I think that we can, if we're set at 9 for now, I can read the rest, so we can go down to the next couple paragraphs, because they would be applicable to that resolution that Rob sponsored.
so can we take a break or not? Or can I just go to the ladies' room if I have to?
Well, I think Phil wanted to take a
his
minute to go check on, yeah.
Should we
Can we go get food?
take like a 15, 20-minute break or something?
Yeah,
Okay.
we can eat here, I mean.
Absolutely.
There's no one
No food allowed in the room.
there's no one watching us, right, Michelle?
There may be people watching on Facebook,
Just,
so
oh,
I don't know.
Forget about Facebook.
But he can put up his feet right back.
Why are we on Facebook?
We only have one guest on Zoom, but we're going to be taking a 15 to 20-minute break.
Meetings, you're gonna get
Are you
Okay.
live again, Joe?
Okay, commission back in session. We will continue working on the chapter 10. I think we left in the middle of 104.
Yeah, so we just changed it from 5 members to 9. And I changed the language here, you can tell me what you think of, instead of appointed by the board of directors, affirmed by, because further down, we'll get to it, but right now, they're actually kind of appointed by the Elder Advisory Committee, and then the board affirms those appointments, so.
And that's not out of line because we do have one other committee. And I'm thinking specifically of the chairperson position for the Child Welfare Committee. It goes as an FYI to the board that this is what the committee, they voted for their own chair, and their code allows them to do that. So I just learned that this year because Letitia stepped down as chair and somebody else was appointed. So we just give it to the board as this, for your information, this is a new chair kind of thing, and they accept, affirm, whatever, what the committee itself did.
I think,
So it's not out of the norm.
All right, I'll read the rest, and then we can open it back up for our talk. The Election Commission shall have the sole responsibility and explicit authority for the conduct of all elections. It shall be an independent commission in the performance of its statutory authority, and in the performance of such authority shall not be subject to direction or supervision of any other type of influence by the board of directors. No person shall be appointed who is currently holding tribal elective office. Any member of the election commission shall be ineligible for tribal elective office unless they resign from the election commission at least 6 months before the election deadline. The election commission shall establish its own administrative procedures and bylaws, subject to the approval of the board of directors, and may not delegate its authority. The commission may assign or outsource specific tasks or duties as necessary, consistent with the Constitution and this chapter. I'm going to go ahead and read the rest, if that's okay, this next paragraph, because we were kind of talking about it earlier. But I'll pause for a second, yeah.
Okay, so what is, any member of the election commission shall be ineligible for tribal elective office unless they resign from the election commission at least 6 months before the election deadline. What's the election deadline?
So the notice of the election, the general election date, which deadline are we talking about? Is what you're asking, right?
Yeah, it's, I believe the intent was, I'm not 100%, but I believe it makes more sense if the intent was before the election cycle begins. So we could say 6 months before the start of an election cycle to go to that definition, and that would be, the election cycle kicks off in January, right? Yeah,
Also,
but I'm open,
of the notice of election?
yeah, we could say it that way.
Did we go through that, the election commission shall be composed of 5 members?
I didn't read that part yet.
we said not up,
Yeah, but they're not appointed by the board of directors, right?
No.
Affirmed. It's
Okay.
affirmed. They have to affirm it. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
And that's what I was talking, the Child Welfare Committee is one that some of their actions as a committee
Yeah.
are just affirmed by the board of directors, not approved.
they need,
So if it's in our code that they affirm it, not approve it, then they're just affirming. We still have to take it to them.
So this one says appointed by the board of directors.
Or how about I read that next paragraph, then we can talk about it?
Okay.
Okay. The Elder Advisory Committee shall submit for appointment the 5 members that they recommend. Should the Elder Advisory Committee fail to submit the aforementioned recommendation by the 3rd Friday in January, the board shall appoint 5 members to the election commission. The intent shall be to have 1 representative from each of the 5 election units wherever possible. If it's not possible to get representation from each unit in a timely manner, then the commission will be established with qualified individuals as necessary to carry out the intent of this chapter.
Immediately, the 3rd Friday in January is way too late. We found that this year because the 4th Friday, I believe, is when the notice of election is required to be published. So it should be much sooner than that they are required.
it was too quick this year.
Yeah.
I think, like, maybe that should be the 6 months prior to, the notice of election.
What do you think of that? I mean, we can always, I mean, that's just a starting point.
So I vaguely recall with the Elder Advisory Committee, what months do they take off each year?
Wintertime.
Winter, the whole, what,
October through March.
October through March,
Our
so
first one is in March.
maybe by September, the deadline in September? The committee, if you're gonna keep the Elder Advisory Committee as the one required to do this, I still think it could be seen as, same as if the board is doing it. The favoritism, good old boy, I think that's how you put that, good old boy system. And that's no disrespect to anybody on that committee. I would say it no matter what committee is in there as the one designating who these people are on the commission, so.
But wasn't it voiced by membership that they thought that the elders committee or the elder advisory committee should be the ones?
I don't think that was the
Yeah,
case. I think it was a board member, wasn't it?
There were a couple comments.
Was
There
there?
were a couple members who brought that up at the session and submitted written comments to that effect. I think that's why Director Hampton brought it up, whatever, Lee?
I think it was-
I think that's why she brought it up, is because, yeah, some members had voiced that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to review this with our members anyways and allow them to provide input on comments and stuff, so let them voice their opinion on that too, I guess. More than just a couple,
See if they want to change or not. Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I mean, so when I'm looking at this right now, what we can change right now is being up to 9 members. I know before the break, we had talked about at-large members, so maybe that part we can go through, so leave that open so that that can be talked about with the membership, because we're going to be doing meetings with the membership, so maybe that's something that they will be able to give some input on. But a good start is doing this up to 9 members, and then we can leave the rest of it, like, people have talked about at-large representation on this commission. I know people are talking about, because I've heard it at the board table, them talking about elected positions and that it would be a paid position. Those are something that, there's only 5 of us sitting here, but let's see what the membership has to say about that also. I mean, those are things, but I think like the 9 that's a good jumping off point.
I would be curious if any of the commission has initial thoughts on how we might be able to open up the commission membership to outside service area members, because I think they might ask us, or it might come up on the 24th. Wait, we're not on the 24th anymore, never mind. Sorry, I forgot we changed that, but.
We
Yeah.
did talk a little bit about that.
Talked about it
Well,
off.
And what one of my what I thought is maybe if we're gonna do that, that they were made aware that, okay, and this is all just suggestion, that they can Zoom meetings, but that they would have to be at notice of election, or
Nominating.
nominations, everything that we have to be there at for, counts, those things, but that they would be responsible for their travel to the area, and what they would be compensated would be for, just as anybody from a unit, like they would be compensated from like maybe the farthest spot in the service area, travel or mileage from there. They would be eligible for their, their meals and their overnight stay. I mean, that's just something to start at.
Yeah.
So, and I know we were going to try to do this if we met with the board next week. The resolution that did get approved by the board of directors requires that all input on all of this particular topic is submitted by October 15th. And just because the board canceled that due to other national, statewide things going on and moved our meeting to the 22nd, I think we still have to officially submit something on our thoughts by the 15th to send to them for review. Like, I think this has to be on their workshop agenda on the 22nd.
We don't,
Yeah.
they can't push us if it's gonna take longer.
But
Yeah, they can.
well, they can.
They can, but if they really want it,
I think that's why Ryan is asking you, what are your initial thoughts on somebody from outside of the election units serving on this commission and the feasibility of it? So we can send something, and I mentioned that earlier, we need to have legal on behalf of the commission, or Boyd on behalf of the commission, submit something on what your initial thoughts are as far as people serving on that.
oh.
So I
on
think
that
you have to
topic
have
alone.
consensus today, because this is our last meeting before the 15th, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I agree. That's what I was thinking too.
I agree
And
with Becky as far as they can Zoom on a meeting, but as far as the election workings, they have to be here present.
And my thoughts were getting some just like broad strokes, like Jackie's, that's a, maybe not broad strokes, that's a detailed option, but just getting some initial things in front of the board so they know that the commission talked about it, but also flagging to them that if you agree with me, that this maybe is a much longer discussion needed for Chapter 10 changes and for the makeup of the commission as a whole, and we, the staff and the commission as a whole would advise that if there could be a carve-out, at least for this commission, to have more time to figure out how this could feasibly be done, and than just the couple, short few months that the board gave us to do that. That was kind of what my thoughts were, but for the general, like, memo or recommendations to the board for talking points.
When we get close to the.
You got to turn that on, please.
When we get close to the elections, a lot of times we'll have closed meeting sessions. You can't do that over Zoom, as far as I know, right? If
You
it's
can.
closed, you can?
Yes, you can. We
Okay,
do
so
breakout
they could
rooms.
do that.
Yeah.
All right. That's all I need to know.
But maybe we mentioned to the board in our advisement on October 15th that, we were just made aware of this at our meeting, and we didn't really have time to think about it. So we would like some more time, because I'm sure over even just now, between now and October 15th, there's going to be, people are going to come up with different scenarios and ways to, go at this. And also maybe there are people on this board that don't want to follow what the board of directors has done in having Zoom meetings. So, everybody has all kinds of thoughts on this, so we would like to be able to discuss it more.
get some feedback.
Yeah, because one thing I thought about with this commission, I talked about it with the enrollment committee a little bit. I won't go into like specifics for confidentiality, but in broad strokes, we talked about, that's another one that maybe is difficult if you're not nearby to perform your duties, is having kind of advisory positions on the committee or this commission that would open it up a couple seats to outside service area members, but maybe they wouldn't be full members. They wouldn't be obligated to be at tabulation night, but they could Zoom in for meetings and provide advisory recommendations and input. Maybe they wouldn't have a vote, but maybe they could still have, put on the record things that they thought of. That's something we talked about at the enrollment committee level. Maybe it's something that we could flesh out in some way at this level too. If it doesn't appear very feasible to have a bunch of outside service area members on the commission, because the duties would be hard to achieve. There are ways that I think we can still, even if the primary membership was people that were in the 7th County service area just for feasibility, I think there's still ways we could get that input and get outside service area members involved with the commission in maybe a limited capacity, so they wouldn't be obligated to have to travel very far if they're out of state or something to tabulation night and then be in neglect of their duties, but then you still have a strong voice at the table. So those are some thoughts that I also had, maybe that we could workshop more and flesh out.
I like that idea of an advisory board that just advises from the outside looking in.
Yeah, because there's,
Outside area,
There's a lot of people that have suggestions.
Oh, yeah.
I like Jackie's recommendation also that only for those 3 particular activities would we pay for their travel here. So you would almost have to put it in there that if it's somebody from the outside, they're required to attend via Zoom, otherwise completely at their own expense if they decide to come here, or, yeah, I don't know how you can differentiate between,
Yeah, without
like,
being-
we're gonna pay for you guys to travel here, cover your hotel, your per diem, but the other people, I think that's one of the biggest.
Discrimination.
well, if we point them as an advisory committee through the election committee, they can do it right from home or work, whatever, and zoom in on us
Yep.
and give the outside thoughts of what's happening in the rest of the world.
yeah, and,
People,
yeah, and if it's full membership, like in Jackie's scenario where I think that works too, where we're basically capping the amount of reimbursement. And everyone inside and outside the service area are capped at that furthest point, that furthest spot in the service area. That's where we'll calculate your travel reimbursement from. And you still get your per diem if you stay overnight and all that stuff. And then everyone across the board is capped at that amount.
So is that why we would have a service area definition in there then?
Well, yeah, if that's where we go, then maybe that service area definition is appropriate, because then we could codify that language in the code, not, and also in the bylaws, but not just in the bylaws. We could actually put that in code if we wanted, right? So,
Who's the furthest right now?
somebody from here before beyond us. We're working on it.
Not me.
Which unit are you, Jackie? Where are you at?
Four is beyond us, big bay.
You're what?
Unit 2,
You're in 2, so the only one we're missing is
Unit 1,
1 and
3.
3, yeah. That shouldn't be real hard, is it? One just has to drive down the street. Maybe. These guys are uniforms.
We've got unit 4.
Yeah, we're set.
yeah, but we don't
I know.
get to vote. So what I'll put together a little memo that I can email to everyone, and I'll include some options like what Jackie brought up. I'll also advise that the commission wants more time to really fully workshop it at this level and with the board of directors. Point out again to them that this does require a code change, and that we would advise probably in general not to be hasty with the code changes. We have time before our next election. Even though it'll go by quick, we have time to really vet this and not have to rush a code change. And then I can include language of maybe to consider an advisory portion of the commission that maybe doesn't have a vote, but they're outside service area people, and they can still have a voice, and they can fully participate in all the rest of the meetings. And I'll outline at least those 2 options, and if you guys think of other ones, even after today, just email me them, and I'll put them in the memo too.
Something like that.
Even if they put our opening way beyond.
You could even note in the memo, Ryan, that the commission is tentatively scheduled for their joint session with them on Tuesday, November 12th, and may be more prepared to discuss this further
Yeah?
at that
Okay.
time.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, keep an eye out for that email, though, because we're going to have to get that, well, I guess we got time. It's only September 18th.
It goes so fast. It really does. So,
Okay. Is there any more thoughts on that particular topic? Okay, so back to the paragraph we just read. So right now I changed it to say, the Elder Advisory Committee shall submit for confirmation the 9 members that they recommend. Should the advisory committee fail to submit the recommendations by the 3rd Friday in January, I'll keep that for now. I know we're workshopping it. The board shall appoint 9 members to the election commission. The intent is to have at least 1 representative from each of the 5 election units wherever possible. If it's not possible to get representation from each unit in a timely manner, then the commission will be established with qualified individuals as necessary to carry out the intent of this chapter. Obviously, we're going to work on this much more, but for now, those are the changes I put in there.
do we need another meeting before the
You have.
I think we have one set.
You got one for October.
So for generally good for now on that chapter, or not chapter, paragraph, I can read the next one. For the purpose of the initial election commission established, that's you all, the commission members shall serve an initial term of 2 years and will thereafter serve staggered terms as follows. Members of the election commission serve staggered terms of 4 years, with 3 members to a 4-year term and 2 members to a 2-year term. Thereafter, all appointments shall be a 4-year term. Well, I would have to change that a little bit for 9,
That's
but
gonna work with us.
Yeah.
We all
started
Yeah, same time.
Well, you guys are all done in January of '26.
Yeah.
so what would happen if you all got reappointed again? I would have to figure out, there would be, you'd put in your letter of intent, I guess, what you wanted. Like 3 of you would, if it stays at 5, 3 of you would say I'm intending for a 4-year term, and the other 2 would be on a 2-year term. We'd have to,
Okay.
if we're the same exact makeup, we just have to, at that point, we'd have to stagger you. And some of you get a 4-year term, and some of you only get a 2-year term.
And this is going to be published in the newspaper as vacant. We're required to publish at a minimum for 2 months any committee appointments, committee vacancies. Even if there are people in the committee position at that time, it's going to be advertised as people can put in their letter of intent and be considered.
Okay,
That makes you want to go backwards for a minute.
Yeah, I understand.
Because, okay. Okay, so you're saying, okay, that any member of the election commission shall be ineligible for tribal elective office unless they resign from election commission at least 6 months before the election deadline, which will be, what you say is the notice of election.
Yeah, right now it says.
I think
yeah.
that it should be prior to the general election. I think it should be prior to the general election, because if we're, okay, I'm on the election commission.
Right.
I'm gonna run next time for chairman. Yeah, I'm running for chairman.
Lucky.
Might as well go big.
Or go home. Anyway, so this is a scenario. And I'm not gonna have any say over anything that's happening once the election is started.
Nope,
I mean, you're not.
we gotta kick you out of here.
Yeah, yeah, you'll resign and you'll be done.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what's the problem with that?
We're gonna lose.
No, I mean, this is a scenario. So what is the problem with that? I mean, what is the reasoning for why they should have to resign 6 months before the election is announced, or 6 months before? Because no matter what, you're not going to be in the decision-making process during the election.
I guess,
Yeah,
devil's advocate, I would think that the commission, even prior to the election starting, January with the kickoff of the notice of election, this commission is going to be making decisions, deciding different things within 6 months of that January date. This is just immediate thinking that I can come up with why there would be a 6-month hiatus before the notice. So you guys could be deciding
Well-
that this is how this is gonna go and this is how this is gonna go. Then if you're not resigning from this commission in June of the year before the election, then you're privy to all of these things that no other candidate is privy to.
There's 4 other members sitting on this board.
I know.
And also, the board of directors already has all that information too, and they are all incumbents, so that,
And that's absolutely
you know
true.
what? So, I mean, I'm just saying, you know, I mean, because they all are privy to all of it, so.
Yeah.
And they also have the ability to call any of us and let us know, because they know what's coming down the pike.
We don't talk to them though.
Well, no, the board is not privy to what's going on with this commission 6 months before the election. Absolutely not.
Yeah,
They-
Yeah, they
Watch
do.
on Zoom.
All they gotta do is watch it on Zoom.
But if there's certain things that you guys are deciding and it's a legal thing and it's in a closed session, the board's not privy to that. We never share that
But we're still
information.
transparent,
You are, yes.
you know, so, I mean, realistically.
Okay.
We're still
But
transparent.
if they watch us on Zoom, they still can influence
Yes.
us what they see, supposedly, by
Yeah.
by staying out of it, but, you know, there's always that gray area, I guess.
I don't know. I mean, do we know why the 6-month thing was put in there? Do we know what the 6-month date was from? I mean,
If it's 6 months from the date of a general election, that would be, what, by December? Yeah, by
Yeah.
December, you'd have to resign if you're gonna run. And that's reasonable.
Year.
That'd be reasonable, right?
yeah.
You guys want me to change it to say at least 6 months before the election date of the general election? Election date of the general election.
Yeah, because it's
Yeah.
not gonna matter with the referendum.
I don't want to be on
honestly-
the board.
We're talking about
Yeah,
board
that's fine.
members and them running for election. They're privy to everything at the board level, you know? That's what I thought you were talking about at first, but no, you're talking about this stuff, yeah, okay. But the other scenario is true. I mean, board members aren't excused or excluded from anything, even during the election that some of the candidates are running from, so I
And I'm
see.
thinking too that maybe by then, we won't be just 5 people, we may be 9 people.
Right, yeah,
So, I mean, if I'm planning on, okay, well, you know what, people from Unit 10 get an extra, whatever, votes in this. If I'm running for the chairman, they get an extra 200 votes. You all are gonna say, are you crazy? I mean, you
Right.
can't be doing
Yeah.
nefarious things like that.
Yep.
Because there's gonna be 8 other people saying, you're nuts.
yeah, okay.
6 other people. Right? Or you-
You know it, Lou, whatever, it's the world according to Lou today.
No, I'm gonna get kicked off, I'm sure.
You're not. Oh my God, knock it off.
You're just gonna get sworn for 20
Right
years.
now, I'm trying to think of people that would want to be on this board.
I know a handful, because I've heard the talk myself, so I think it would be,
There's
I
one
think
that-
we'd get the applications. But we have to develop an application, you guys.
Yeah.
God,
I was just gonna ask you that, what would be some of the qualifications, you said they gotta qualify to be on the board, some of the qualifications.
Well, for
You speak
this,
English.
we're not gonna put that in there though, because that should go without
Yeah.
saying. Maybe we put in they should speak Ojibwe. We're a tribe.
they
Yeah,
could come from Canada.
Just kidding.
couldn't
I
they?
mean, I would never be able to do it, but, so Ryan had mentioned a few of them, and they would be any experience. So not so much qualifications, but that's the only word we can think of right now. Experience with any level of elections would be an added benefit and give somebody points above somebody without that experience.
Okay.
Technology needs to be a qualification because we need to be able to run these things via Zoom. You meet in the winter months. If you guys can't get here, are we canceling the meeting because we can't operate Zoom? So technology would be one in my mind.
We can all use Zoom, right?
What other resident of one of the election units? Is that one of them? Unless you guys change it where other people can come in.
Right now.
But
yeah,
right now, it would be,
Yeah, those are the big ones, like, yeah, experience in like local or tribal government, right, or government at any level.
yeah.
Preferably with some election experience.
Cell phone, you see?
Yeah, familiar with technology and remote work stuff with Zoom and Teams, that kind of thing.
These applications be submitted to who?
Well, they all come to me, and then Ryan and I, right? I mean, that's how we did it this time. They come to me, Ryan and I coordinate with the Elder Advisory Committee. They actually had to call a special meeting this time because they don't meet in January, so,
Yeah.
which is why I think that part has to change as far as to the board by the third Friday in January. That's just way too late in the timeline.
Yeah, I think, I made note that we gotta change that, but we didn't make any change yet.
So does that answer your question, Phil? I mean, if there's other qualifications that you guys can think of, that's absolutely, when we're putting together a draft application for this,
communication skills would be a big one.
absolutely,
Baking
yes.
skills,
And willing to work
they
with
could bring us
others.
treats then.
I thought you said baking skills, Lucy's. She did. So they can bring us treats.
Chocolate chip cookies.
It is a world according to Lou today, isn't it?
Okay,
So yeah, as you guys think about it, knowing that we want to put together some kind of application, think about some qualifications.
I can't remember what we had to fill out, it was just generic.
No, it was
It
just your
just-
name and address.
Yeah, letter of intent, like,
There was a little
this,
thing
Letter
there.
intent and your letter intent and 3
Recommendations.
recommendations from members.
Yeah, maybe I'll talk to
You're still
somebody
alive.
and,
you're still
That's one of
alive.
the big ones.
What?
You
S-
can't come here, well, never mind.
So right now, I changed the staggered terms to 5 of the members to a 4-year term and 4 members to a 2-year term to stagger them, since 9 is the current number. Otherwise, I didn't make any changes right now to this section.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it tells you right there. Tribal members interested in serving on the commission shall apply to the board administrator, which is me, at least 90 days prior to the start of the election cycle. So if we have it 90 days prior, I would put that no later than 90 days prior to the election cycle starting, which is the notice of election. And that would have to coincide with the Elder Advisory Committee somehow.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, because you're gonna push it out.
Yeah, you guys came in, we did one quick orientation with you and bam, hit the ground running, right? So any new members to this commission, that's not ideally how we would do things. We want time to, get them up to speed. This is the code. Take a look at it. Do you have questions? This is how things are done. This is our schedule. Can you meet it, kind of thing? So we want a couple months to do that.
September, that's,
Yeah.
It's coming up.
And if September is their last meeting for the Elder Advisory Committee, why not have it? They're required to submit the stuff to me no later than August 31st to be reviewed and considered by the Elder Advisory Committee at their September meeting.
Our final meeting is in October.
Yeah, our
so
finals in
September
October.
should be the September meeting. 'cause
Why do you have a
Yes.
final?
that agenda is gonna be filled up in October.
Right, and we also have to get it to the board level to affirm the selections. So if we did it by the September Elder Advisory Committee meeting, we could put it on the first meeting in October for the board. They make the decision that night, and that's the first week of October. Then we contact all those that were selected and affirmed and get an immediate meeting scheduled to get everyone up to speed. Yeah,
That way they'd have 3 meetings and
yeah,
Yeah.
yep. And time to ask questions.
that's good.
Yeah.
And to your question, why the last meeting's October?
Yeah.
Way back when, the elders at the time decided they didn't want to travel in bad weather.
So they get
So-
a vacation?
Huh? That's
We're all
it.
elders.
Yeah,
Yeah, volunteer committee.
I am not an elder.
Well,
Your hand motion, no.
I know you guys aren't elders, but I mean,
I'm close, Lou.
The
I know. I am
commission.
close.
yeah, now they want to move the elders down back again.
yeah, they want to
does?
move it down to 55.
55, yeah.
Who?
I don't know, there's a rumor.
It's in the works, it's to the committees.
Oh, wow.
They want to
Didn't know
open
anything
the,
about that.
they want
Elders.
to open the meals to 55.
5,
Non-voting.
So the elder
Non-voting
committees want to do that. The
not
elders.
voting, but they want attendance.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about that.
That's
You
in
got
our
enough problems,
area.
you don't need anything more.
That means I get to go next year then.
There you go.
Then they feed you buffalo.
Oh, I
Yeah.
don't want anything.
That was good. That was excellent this weekend.
I'll come for the Unit 1 steak fry.
That was superb.
Oh, we got stuff that you guys didn't get.
What?
Fresh beef and pork.
Yes, from the UP State Fair.
Yeah, and it was,
The Unit 4 reps.
No, ours
Purchased
was
from, hopefully, Sioux Tribe Youth.
straight buffalo. We went through 45 pounds of buffalo.
you can have
Burgers.
ours, nobody likes it.
Why? If you
All right,
had-
squirrel, you guys, we gotta get back on track.
Yeah,
Sorry, you're
I'll have the cook call you.
very good. Just send it up.
Okay, I want to add something here after what Lana just read about 90 days prior to the election cycle, saying something, applications will be accepted throughout the year, and appointees to this commission can be placed depending on vacancies, something like that. So we can always be getting interest, and if we have openings, we shouldn't have to wait till the September before an election cycle to set a new person. So I'll figure out how to word it, but something about taking applications on a rolling basis and filling seats as they become, or as they're available, something like that.
No, I'm not.
Candy?
Oh, I got 2 left.
Okay with that, everybody?
What page are you guys on?
I don't know. I don't know what,
You're in the red line version already. We're in the regular.
Oh, okay, that's why. Sorry.
Oh, the red line version.
All right, so I put applications will be accepted on a rolling basis and positions on the commission filled as vacancies or needs arise. That way we can always try to keep it as filled as possible. Number 3, members of the election commission shall remain in office until their successors are duly appointed and confirmed. That's standard language, similar to the board of directors.
Ryan, I don't know if it's just my version that I'm looking at, but the numbering is off.
Yeah.
Like that one is number 5 for me.
I got 6, yep.
Okay.
The board administrator one was number 4.
Ah, this dumb Word document.
I think we all got different versions here, guys, 'cause
Well, you
I'm on the
handed
same
them
one
all,
you are.
right?
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
You and yours.
So everybody should.
Yeah,
We're not
I
looking
handed
at
out
the-
2 different versions.
Okay.
I
these are the
handed out
revised.
the original that Ryan emailed you 2 different versions the other day,
Yep.
the red line and then the original. Which is what you
we're
want.
supposed to be looking at,
Is
mine's a red line, so
Okay.
which one should I be looking at?
The non-red line, yeah, the Word document, the numbering's off, but that's, I
Okay.
think the wording is the same. So number 4, or number,
3.
I just read number 5, members of the election commission shall remain in office until their successors are duly appointed and confirmed.
And what is it? What you just said it was 3.
Well, it's 3 on my Word document, but I think it's 5 on the current code.
Oh, okay. So I got 3.
He's on 2.
Number 6, in the event of a vacancy on the election commission, this one we might want to change. In the event of a vacancy on the election commission, the board of directors shall select a replacement who will serve the remainder of the term.
Yeah, board of directors.
No.
This one doesn't really, it's not really in line with the elder advisory committee language.
I think you just covered it up above, that applications will be accepted on a rolling basis and positions on the commission filled as vacancies or needs arise. Now, to be consistent with all other committees and commissions that I'm aware of anyway, that remainder of the term is how it's done. So say Phil resigns today, his term expires January of 26. So if we filled his position, it's only going to be through January of 26. So that's how all other
I see
committees
that.
do it.
Yeah, that would be correct.
Yeah.
Should we say,
Bill, he's still there.
well, should we at least say the board shall select a replacement from the pool of applicants?
Yeah. The
Or
people that
something.
Put their applications in.
Yes. Who will serve the remainder of the term?
How about if the election commission chose that?
I don't
instead
think you
of the
guys should
board?
be choosing your own members, absolutely not.
No? Okay.
But still, why couldn't the elder advisory?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's the normal selection process, why wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
So,
That's what,
Do
that's,
that instead of the board?
yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I think this one could change, because a vacancy pops up. Boyd or whoever the current chair is in the future could just say, like, here's a vacancy, send it to the advisory committee. If we have a lot of interest and we're getting applications throughout the year, they'd have a pool of applicants and they can make a recommendation.
what if we changed it to continue to go to the Elder Advisory Committee, but say we have this rolling applications are accepted, as we get those, instead of them having to pick, say there's 9 vacancies and we've got 15 applicants,
Alternate.
can they pre-approve? Like, as we get applications and we send it to them, is this somebody that you would recommend to go to the commission? And then that's what gets sent to the board for, these are the ones that they've already said that they would approve to be on the commission.
Okay, if that's something, if we're going to do like an alternate situation, make it, maybe,
Preference should be given to units that are not represented, because I just think that would be
You
fair.
guys are making this really technical.
Well, you know what, there's so many things that come up
Boxes.
that you
Well,
have.
she's right though,
No, I'm not disagreeing,
Yeah.
but
Well, especially if we're mid-election. I mean, we need to be able to fill the seat with somebody that's already been vetted without having to worry. Well, it's February, we have 3 vacancies now. Now we have to figure out, we got to wait until March to get to the Elder Advisory Committee, when if we did it the other way, we've already got tribal members that they've already pre-vetted and said, yes, these would be acceptable to serve on this commission.
Yeah, and if they knew they were an alternate, they would be prepared to walk in.
Yeah.
I like
We
the
also can
alternate.
call, we
I
can
like that.
also call special meetings for the elder advisory at any time we're out of session.
Oh, okay.
Yep, so what happens if you guys don't have a quorum?
Well, we got about 17, 18 committees that are somewhat active, mostly active. We got
Okay.
a lot of vacancies, but I mean,
Yeah, you do have a lot of vacancies still, that's crazy.
So, what are we
Okay,
gonna
I got it.
decide to do?
Well, so
I think basic-
Straight to the point, I'm sorry.
right now, right now I have a comment that to create alternates that are pre-approved with a preference for sitting a commission member from a unit that's not already represented on the commission. But I don't have it fleshed out in code language, but I have the general idea.
So those alternates would be able to attend all of your meetings still, so they could keep up to speed.
I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think?
You guys gotta kick me off because I can't.
I like the idea of, I like the idea of alternates. I think it's.
I do
Yeah,
too.
that's a
Especially
good word.
if we get to the point where we have a lot of interest in the commission, we have a nice pool of alternates, then it makes it really seamless if someone steps down for whatever reason.
And we're prepared, we're looking ahead of, we're not just going by the seat of our pants.
Yes.
Yeah.
now see, we have a lot of problem with alternate on our
So
elder board, I mean, but
Ryan, when you develop the language for this, keep in mind, because even though like individual elder committees have regular members and alternates,
That's different.
if there's a vacancy in a regular position, you can't just move an alternate up there.
Right.
It still has to be posted as a vacancy for 2 months. Somebody still has to put in their letter of intent and 3 letters of recommendation, and the board still has to vote to affirm or appoint. So
I like to affirm when we get to that point with the.
for commission to be
In
affirmed.
ours, and if you're going to be an alternate, that process is already taken care of.
No.
It's still, well, I mean, honestly, if we're going to do alternates, the board is going to affirm them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's,
So they could just slide in.
right. So we need a set number of alternates that you would have on standby, because if you're going to have an alternate, you want them to be involved in what the regular commission is doing.
Not just be an alternate
Would
on
3
call.
be feasible? I mean, would 3,
I honestly think 3 would be perfect. That's me.
Yeah, we can try to have 3 alternates already affirmed at all times.
Just be a vote
I guess
alternate.
the reason I brought up how it goes right now is we need to have our language indicate that once, well, they would be pre-approved by the board, so it wouldn't matter.
Yeah,
Or
they-
pre-affirmed. Okay,
Yeah,
so
we'd get
never
the-
mind.
We get the alternates affirmed at the same time that we get the full commission members affirmed. That way they're already affirmed and we slide them in based on the preference that we'll build into code. So
Yes.
if like a unit 1 person steps down, we have 3 people that are alternates and one of them is unit 1, that unit 1 alternate is the
Yep.
one that gets a step up to fill the unit 1 vacancy.
Without having to
Without having to
post
actually-
any vacancies, without having to accept any additional letters, so that
Correct.
code language should be specific on that.
Yeah, I'll
Because
throw
the other ones
together,
aren't.
I'll throw together some
Okay.
language that we can workshop.
Now, is this an alternate that can vote or an alternate that attends?
It's going to be, I think, just somebody that
They're
attends.
yeah, I guess they could attend the meetings, but they wouldn't have a vote. They would just be on standby, basically, and until needed, if there's a vacancy that needs to be filled. But certainly, I don't see a reason why they couldn't attend the meetings, but they wouldn't be a voting member. I mean, the public can kind
Make it so they're required to help on those 3 nights.
of. Oh, yeah, the alternates could still, then they're kind of voluntold.
they're getting on-the-job training.
Yeah, there you go. I like it.
Yeah.
But our
I keep turning my mic on because you guys keep forgetting to turn yours on, so please use your microphones when you're talking. Please.
Yes, that's right.
You might as well leave yours on.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I think I got that for now. Qualifications. Number 7 or 5, whatever number.
Yep.
To be eligible for the election commission, a person must be a registered voter of the tribe, 18 years of age or older, and not be an immediate family member of a current elected board member. Preference shall be given to enrolled Sioux Tribe members with demonstrated knowledge in the function of the tribal government, the tribal election process, and the tribal codes, specifically this chapter. So those are the very broad qualifications that we've been kind of talking about.
Does it cover an immediate family member of somebody running for the board, of a candidate somewhere else in the code? Because if not, it should absolutely be stated here. It should be stated here anyways. I don't think anybody sitting on this commission can be related to somebody running for the board.
Oh, no, yeah. Yeah, I wonder if my daughter decides she's gonna run for the board in Unit 3.
I don't think it matters what unit they run in. I don't think that a commission member should be related to any candidate
So
anywhere.
Well, I'm related to what's-his-face, but I don't know. how.
Immediate family member of,
Immediate.
and that's defined in the definition, sorry.
So the reason, so we did workshop with the board, and the reason in the past that we didn't do this with the election committees was because if I'm already on the commission now, and my family member runs, what the normal process was I would like abstain from voting on anything of their direct, that would,
Well, there's
but,
another alternative.
but we did have a Court of Appeals opinion that there was a family member running and a family member on the committee at the time, and the committee member was at tabulation night, and hopefully you guys agree on seeing how tabulation works. It's very hard for anyone, volunteer or committee member, to manipulate tabulation night. So there was no way that she was going to be able to substantially manipulate anything that night. But the Court of Appeals still ruled that she was in violation of Chapter 10 because her family member was running and she shouldn't have been on the committee. Or she should not have been at tabulation night. She should have stepped down and not done that tabulation night. It's basically what they said. So that's to Lana's point.
With that being the highest court.
In the past, it did make it difficult for us to get people on the committee at the time if it was too strict previously. So if someone's on the committee, if their family member is already seated, that was pretty clear. But if their family member was running and might not win the election, in order to keep the committees populated, the election committee populated, they just conflicted that person off of things that might affect their family member candidate because they just were running so lean, they didn't have the bodies to just have them resign from the election committee. So that was the practical reason that it's worded this way. And we kept the substantial wording from previous iteration of Chapter 10 to help make sure we always had a quorum at the commission level. And then that person would, so.
But the committee was a lot larger, too.
Well, yeah, it was 13. I don't know how many was currently seated during that
Yeah.
election, but it was larger, yeah.
Your alternates could play into this now, though. So say your daughter does run, doesn't matter what unit it is, you're sitting on the commission. Whoever in Unit 2, if we have an alternate in Unit 2, Unit 2 alternate moves up into your seat, you go to the alternate seat. So you're conflicted out of being a regular member, but you're still an alternate, so you're not losing your seat on the commission. Would that be something that can be done?
Yeah, I think.
Just an idea.
Yeah, if we build in alternates, they can also serve as conflict votes.
Yes,
So
yeah.
if Lou's sister runs or whoever, and she's like, well, I got to step down. I don't want to step down from the commission,
Right.
but I have to step down in this capacity. And then an alternate comes in and is the voting member, but Lou, they kind of switch and lose the alternate for that election cycle so as not to have any kind of conflict of interest with the running family member. I like that.
Okay.
You would, because it's complicated.
I mean, it's a little complicated, but elections are complicated, and they're,
That sounds good.
whenever.
These things come up. I mean, we are,
No.
there's so many families, and like, it isn't beyond that, one of our kids are gonna run.
No.
Yeah.
Well, mine won't.
Mine won't
Promise.
be-
My granddaughter might.
Mine are too young right now, but who knows? All right, I'll make a note here to build some language for alternates and acting as a,
During
as a,
that
con
election
as a,
cycle.
yeah.
The other one steps in again.
Yes.
correct.
The old one, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be an appropriate way to do it.
Yeah. Go along with that? Everybody?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm
And
sorry.
these are just.
Yes.
And these are just recommendations, these are not written in stone, so.
Yep.
And everybody will be able to comment on this once we do our membership.
Everything's written in pencil.
Yeah, that's right. It's all pencil right now.
And then any other qualifications you think of, we would probably list in 5 or 7, whichever number you have, under qualifications. And those are the things that would be included on our application.
Yeah.
So we have to develop the application.
Yep, and we would still do letters of recommendation though, right? Or would it just be based solely on an application?
I think I
Recommendation.
think either way.
It could be both,
we
right?
could do both, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's more personal.
Yeah.
All right, we still feeling good? Ready to continue? This is jumping into the duties of the Election Commission, number 8. It shall be the duty of the Election Commission to conduct all tribal elections held pursuant to this chapter. The Election Commission shall, I'll just do the first 2 and then we'll stop. Elect the chairperson, vice chair, and secretary from its own membership. Publish a schedule from its regular meetings, establish an agenda for each meeting in accordance with Tribal Code Chapter 14. Approve and maintain correct and accurate minutes of its deliberations and rules and regulations of the commission, which shall be regularly posted to the tribe's website. Those seem,
Question.
yes.
Of course, I always got a question. But, okay, so you know how our terms are staggered? So, okay, say I'm the co-chair for, I'm elected co-chair for 4 years. Okay, so when my term comes up, that position ends, and then a new one, even if I want to do it again, I could do it again. But that office is open, is that?
Okay.
What goes on?
Actually, I'm glad you brought that up because I don't know if it's in here. And I just learned that the Conservation Committee has done it the same exact way and process as the Board of Directors. They have officer elections every 2 years. So every time there's an election with the Board of Directors, it doesn't matter if it's a chairman's election or a non. Well, the chairman obviously doesn't change every 4 years, but the vice chair, the secretary, and the treasurer are always re-voted on every 2 years, every election cycle. With a conservation committee, they do the same thing. Their terms are still 4 years, but their appointments, based on what the committee elects every 2 years, and it gets reaffirmed by the board, those other officer positions are, well, the conservation is chair and vice chair. Both of those are every 2 years, even though their terms are 4 years. So we probably should spell that out here too.
Yeah, we could do something similar, and you could just say the chair, vice chair, and secretary are elected every 2 years.
Yep.
Yeah, if we don't like you, put you out.
Right.
Get a new one,
Our
yeah.
elder committee, we have election every year. Everybody gets,
Really? Oh, man, that'd be a pain in the butt.
yeah.
I mean, just to have to do that every
So
single
do we
year.
want to follow that precedent? Is that,
Nobody volunteers.
how do we want to do it?
So do you guys want to do it every 2 years, even though terms are going to turn into 4-year terms? But Phil, I mean, you joke about it, maybe, I don't know if you were joking, but they're not doing a good job. But you have nothing, no way to get the person out of that position other than holding those elections every 2 years.
So we as a commission, we can't vote him out and put a new one in anytime we want?
Well, can they?
Or as I know we can.
It's not enumerated in code, like, it's not as explicit in code, but I think that,
There's ways
I
to
think that,
remove
yes,
from the.
in general, since you have the duty to elect officers, you inherently probably arguably have the duty to unelect them as well, if majority voted to do that. I don't know if any committee runs that way, but I think that is implied in your duty to appoint your officers. You also you could have a duty to appoint different officers if there was a reason and the majority voted that way. If we're gonna do that, I would want it to be explicitly how we do that, though. I wouldn't want,
Yeah, that would be a lot.
yeah.
But like, we could do the every 2 years, we could I mean, that wouldn't take a whole lot of paperwork and a
No.
lot of word jargon.
Well, you just gotta reaffirm it
Yeah.
every 2 years.
Well, yeah, and I mean, if you, it's still, like, let's see. Does child welfare do it every 2 years? Even though their terms are 4? I know conservation, their terms are 4 years. They do
child
their
welfare's just happy to
officer,
have
their chair and
people.
vice elections every 2 years. The board of directors have 4-year terms. They do their officer elections minus the chair, because he's elected by the members. They do those every 2 years.
Do they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, like we,
Yeah,
Yeah.
there was a controversy, yeah, it's okay.
I don't know what the controversy was.
So
Oh,
we
yeah,
kind of
during the vote.
already have that wording available to
Yes.
us to just plug it in.
Yep. Yes, I think so.
Why don't we set it up so that it's every 2 years? And it's going to be done 1 or 2 months before the letter of intent?
Well,
So that whoever is chair, vice chair, has the whole election cycle.
I don't know if you can elect the officers until they're actually appointed and affirmed. They have to be affirmed by the board of directors to have another 4-year term before, I mean, why would you vote for a chair and a vice chair 2 months prior to their reappointment if they're only going to serve for another 2 years? Because all appointments end once you're no longer on the commission, committee, board, whatever it may be.
And seriously, who's gonna elect a chair for the committee that has 0 experience?
Right.
I mean, you know.
Right.
I mean, you might. You never know. I mean, you guys, none of you's had experience here, right? No,
So
that
I think,
example.
I think if we're happy with 2 years, the best way to do it in code would just say like these officers or spell them out, the chairperson, vice chair and secretary are elected every 2 years. And then in your bylaws, which we'll have to get to those at some point, right? You could spell out a more detailed process of how you want to conduct your internal elections. And so you could flesh it out more in the bylaws instead of the code itself.
I think in this part, though, I think you should say from within the commission
Yeah.
versus they're not, who's electing them? Like, I'm pretty sure it does say that in the conservation, that the committee elects their officers and they get appointed or affirmed by the board, something like that.
Yeah, right now ours says, the commission shall elect a chairperson, vice chair, and secretary from its own membership. So it's, the commission elects them. You're saying in.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at just what you put in there.
Oh, I see. Well,
Elect a
yeah, we
chair,
can,
vice,
we can
and
make
a
it
secretary
clear.
from its own membership every 2 years.
That's what it says.
Is that
What if we just put up here, yeah,
every 2 years?
every 2 years?
Okay.
That does it, right?
Yep, I think so.
Get rid of that. All right.
Perfect.
Are we good with publish a schedule language? B, publish a schedule of its regular meetings, establish an agenda, all that?
Yeah, that looks good. For me. That one and that one.
C, use any and all available technology determined necessary to carry out the conduct of all tribal elections. Commission meetings may be conducted using available remote work technology, provided that all commission members must be in person for all election day tabulations and all administrative hearings under this chapter.
This part probably needs to have verification of nominating petitions added. Because that is 100% a commission function.
Yeah, really.
For the verification of nominating petitions, all election day tabulations, and all administrative hearings under this chapter. Open meetings of the election commission will be broadcast using all available technology for the tribal membership to observe only. I had a question about this one, little numerat 2. It's going to be about the workshop with the board. So the board really wanted it to be observation only,
Yeah.
but,
Wait, now, where are you?
oh, I'm sorry, I'm on C2?
Open meetings of the election commission will be broadcast using.
Oh, you're back.
Use any and all available technology?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That section, the little numerat double I. especially since we're going forward, at least for now, we want to get membership input on these code changes, right? I know we're doing it at the Conservation Committee level. I was curious if you guys wanted to discuss maybe opening up a portion in the beginning, like the board of directors does, for membership input, like give them 5 minutes, not back and forth, but they can come give you input, just like they do with the Conservation Committee now, and just like they can do with the board of directors. So it's not strictly observe only. There is a portion in the beginning of your meetings, potentially, if you wanted to,
How does that work for, do you do that?
I'm sorry, what?
Boyd?
yeah, Boyd would open it up and say, is there any
yes.
membership input? And people would,
And that's on Zoom and everything.
Yes.
Okay.
So the Conservation Committee just started doing this a few months ago.
Okay, and I think that if we are going to do that, that it is not the responsibility of staff to answer those questions. It is the responsibility of the commission to answer those questions.
And that's a decision you guys would have to make right from the get-go is, are you going to answer questions that are asked at the time that they are asked? Or are you going to tell them that you have to get back with them? Or,
like the board of directors
Yeah.
takes in all the membership input, and if it's questions, then they refer it out later to the staff who can answer the question, and then we send them, like the tribe sends them the answer. They don't.
And then, Conservation, I think they'll answer the questions, if there are questions. Some people just speak
Sometimes
at
it does.
Conservation to give input.
There may be 1,000 reasons why, it's not easy for us to give those answers, but I think that if they are asking those answers of the Election Commission, the Election Commission should be giving the answers, because that's what they're asking, and we need to be standing behind whatever it is we're putting out, and we have to all be knowledgeable of what it is we are putting out, and it just isn't being put out, as our voice, but we are the voice putting that out. That's what my point is in this.
No, I think that's exactly right, Jackie. And if you open it up in the beginning to membership input, and you don't know the answer right away, you just say, we will get you that answer, whatever, and within 2 weeks or whatever the timeline, you'll get the answer to them, and then you can confer with me or Lana, or if there's another staff member who might help you get the answer, and then the answer still comes from the commission, but it gives you time to figure out what the answer is and bring staff in if needed, right?
And that way, we all know too exactly what, so that the next time that question comes up, we'll be able to say, oh, remember this happened before?
No.
That's a big step.
And you're right about the commission should be the face of that, but oftentimes you're also right, at the board level, at this level probably, even at the Conservation Committee level, the staff is the one who in a moment might have that answer. And so sometimes those committees or the board will turn, or we're like, hey, can so-and-so come up here and answer this question? And so finding that balance, or just let them know, I don't have the answer for you now, and then getting the
That's
staff
what
to
you
help
have
you
do,
get the
because
answer.
We're all brand new. We don't have very many answers. You and her do, because you've been on this, doing this for a while.
I think you guys have more answers than you might give yourselves credit for. You've been through an election now that was pretty
You're right, but
intense.
is it the right answers we're gonna give? We don't know that. It'd be better to write them down and get back with them about it.
And like the creation of this election commission, like it was done, as an answer to, or as a different way of doing things. But, it was opening up this is a whole new realm and a whole new area that we're walking into as to, having it open like this. Having it open like this, so I mean, there's just going to be some things that are going to, it's just going to take more thought and being able to answer questions.
Is the general consensus of the commission right now that membership input at your meetings is what we want to move towards?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
Well, not the, it sounds like the majority said yes, so.
Fall down. That's why.
Our meeting, I don't know, I'll
We
be
will-
surprised if we get any.
We'll be, well, I won't be, there'll be people that come occasionally.
White
We'll create the sideboards, we can fashion it if we want, similar how the board does it, or the conservation committee does it similar. They only have a certain amount of time.
Yes.
But and we're not gonna let them, we can't, just for practical reasons, we can't go back and forth like having dialogue with all the members that are present, but say your piece, if we have an answer on the spot, to Jackie's point, you can answer it. If you don't, just say, hey, that's a really good question. I don't have the answer. We will get back to you as soon as we can. And then the membership still has the input, but it's not like they are able to interject and you're having a conversation that's bogging down your meetings. It's done right at the beginning. And
Well, I used to work on an IT desk sometimes, and as long, they'll take that answer. I need to look into that a little further, I'll get back to you, as long as you get back to me.
yeah,
You have to train them that you're gonna get back to them, because one of the biggest complaints, the board never gets back to.
The board never mind. We're
Well,
recording.
that's-
Never mind.
Well, we are in charge of how that's going to go out. So as long as we're willing to do that,
yeah.
we're the ones that are going to oversee that.
Yeah, I will say, even though this, like, we didn't have all the processes in place as well-oiled as we probably would want them, like, I was able to get a hold of Boyd for, like, easy questions that the staff could answer. Boyd and I had really good communication. We were able to answer a lot of questions through email, and to just, like, text him or call him and get his sign-off on it. And I think this commission, with the support of Lana and I and Ashley, the email questions at least, like the commission was very communicative. I think, I can't speak for other committees, but in my opinion, it was much more communicative this election cycle than had been for a while. And I think just keep moving that forward is for the better. But we were able to get a lot of people who asked questions and they got answers pretty timely, I think, this last
I'm not
election.
saying I agree with that, I'm just saying that that's the consensus.
Yeah, and maybe, yeah, whether people think the board gets back to them on time. I think for the most part, hopefully, the people that reached out to the commission felt like the commission this year, this election cycle, got back to them in a
for white
timely
ballots.
manner, except for the white ballots, Like, only so many ways you can answer that question, but.
Yep.
When you're doing the language for that, Ryan, put at a designated time, because you don't want to, unless this commission wants people to, whatever topic you're on, stop and take their input. It's going to be more efficient if you do it either at the beginning of the meeting or at the end of the meeting.
Yeah, so I thought we could just strike that observe only and say, open meetings of the election commission will be broadcast using all available technology, period. And then the commission can decide, without locking themselves into code language, how they want to run the meeting then, right? Yeah.
Open mic time,
Some things shouldn't
limited time on it.
be in code.
I would still put it at a designated time,
Yep,
determined by the commission.
yep.
Yeah, so this is kind of just the beginning of that discussion, and we'll have to work it all. Yep.
Next one, D.
And they want it at lunchtime, because we won't be here. We'll record them and then film them.
Well, we can get through section 104 and see how everyone's feeling. Oversee and maintain the current voter list pursuant to the data provided by the tribal registrar and use all efforts to diligently update said list with correct addresses and phone numbers of the registration of voters.
Is there anything we can do to help them get that voter list straightened out? Or is because it's got information like social security numbers and stuff, we can't get involved, or
Isn't that something else?
is there something you can do to help them?
Maybe, I think that's maybe as a conversation, we can get someone from enrollment over here and
Yeah,
talk with you guys on how
I don't,
best to help coordinate that. They have some of that data that we've gathered, but it's not fully updated, obviously, and we have more data that we could help get them from our end from the last election cycle. And yeah, I think bringing Julie or one of her staff in to discuss the best way to do that would be appropriate.
I don't feel confident about that they're getting all of our information. You know, we're giving it to them, but,
That's,
and that's one of the complaints we had.
it's a constant struggle. We gotta rely on each other to do our part, right?
Come up and type if I have to.
That's how we go with D. That's pretty self-explanatory. E, develop and publish all necessary timelines to conduct Sioux tribal elections consistent with the tribe's constitution and this chapter. Said timelines are to be published in the Sioux Tribe newspaper and on the tribe's website as soon as practicable.
Okay.
Yep.
Develop and publish election sanction schedule for elections code violations at the start of any general election cycle.
Develop and publish.
Prepare and post at each tribal office, probably should say each designated office? Well, we'll leave that for now. At each tribal office, a list of eligible nominated candidates at least 63 days prior to the election.
I would think
That's
that'd be designated tribal office. I think we need to just combine the two, don't we?
Yeah, we plan on combining those two definitions.
Designated.
How did they come up with 63?
3 days.
I don't
Yeah.
know, because some people keep saying it's a constitutional thing, and you guys, there's nothing, I think there's only one timeline in the Constitution.
I'm going to 64 days.
Yeah, that's one thing, not for today's conversation, but I do want to talk with you all about the timelines and how we can maybe
Yeah.
tweak them. I think we should have just a day, one of our days that we're workshopping, we just are looking at the timeline itself and not the other code provisions.
Yes, I
And I
agree.
don't agree that they're constitutional. I agree with Lana. Like, I don't see where in the Constitution it boxes us into the timelines we currently have, and they're super tight, especially with the unreliability of the mail right now. And if we can't get to the point where we're doing like in-person voting or online voting, we're still entirely mail-in voting, like the timelines, they have to change.
Oh, yes,
We
they
need
do.
to give them a little bit more
was-
time to get
that
a
was the
mail.
next
The mail
match, man.
takes
Right on top of
too
each other.
long now.
I think the biggest issue with the timelines, from my perspective, I believe, was we give way too much time for people to submit their letter of intent and way too little time for them to get their nominating petition signed and submitted.
Yeah.
I think that was one of the ones we came across, right, Ryan?
Yes.
Ash?
Yeah, that's definitely one.
Yeah, I mean, that one, I mean, you give so much time for letter of intent and just 2 weeks for the darn getting signatures. That's not enough.
Yeah, and I want to see if we can increase the time to both mail out and to receive. Like, we got a lot of late returns. It wasn't a ton, but it was, I don't know the exact number, but it was still it was nothing to
what?
sneeze at. And
It's in my
the more, we're always going to get late returns, but if we can increase the timeline to limit as much as possible the late returns, then
Look at all the time it saves online voting.
Yep.
I really hope we
gotta
can
work on
push
that.
for
Not
that.
only online voting,
It's-
but no signature voting. You don't need signatures to run.
Oh, the nominating petition,
I
yeah.
think those signatures are ridiculous, but that's just me.
But wouldn't 8 million more people run
Who
then?
cares?
Yeah, well, then you gotta put them on the,
If you have sufficient qualifications for candidates,
Yes.
then you're not going to have a whole bunch of people running that are just don't ever have a chance.
Yeah,
But
we didn't even get to the felony part yet.
Yeah, that's not even gonna happen today, probably.
No.
Unless we're gonna be here all day.
I'm already thinking, oh my God.
that was a big question that I got from elders.
It was a big question on the stuff I sent you guys, that a lot of people commented on their disagreement with removing the
I
felonies.
read them too.
All right.
So I made note, again, we need to talk about timelines, a designated day. Prepare ballots and distribute them to all registered voters in accordance with section 10.115, if that's the 6, thank you, and account for all ballots both before and after the election.
We did that.
We tried like hell to get them to everybody.
Receive ballots from the U.S. Postal Service at the close of voting, yeah.
Yeah. Good.
Conduct all contest and complaint proceedings in accordance with this chapter. Conduct all necessary recounts.
Now, let me ask you something real quick.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Turn on that microphone. Prepare ballots. For some reason, when we get through this, we have online voting and all that, then we'd have to change that, right? We don't not only prepare ballots, but prepare the system.
Well, I think that covers it though, Phil. Prepare ballots and distribute.
Yes.
So whatever form the ballot is in, whether it's electronic or paper.
I gotcha. Okay.
It's still a ballot, and distribute, whether it's via US mail or
Yes.
online
Okay, got
in the
it.
member portal. So
Yeah, because we changed our definition of ballot to
Yep.
say any form that the commission adopts for voting, which I would argue includes electronic forms if
Yeah.
we get to that point.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
Conduct recounts, certify the results of the election to the board of directors in person at a special or regular meeting of the board.
Did that.
Normal stuff there. Retain the ballot securely for a period of time, for a period of the latter of 90 days following an election or until all contests and complaints have been finally resolved. All records, including but not limited to complaints, contests, and financial records, shall be maintained for a period no less than 90 days.
Doing that.
Yes.
Good with that? Provide written reports at the end of each election cycle detailing the election process, election turnout, election results, sanctions administered, financial reports, excuse me, and any other information necessary to analyze the administration of the tribal elections.
You must have did that, eh?
Okay. You guys got it. I didn't do that.
Oh, Boyd and I worked on that.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, you didn't tell us.
You got it?
Yeah, you got, yeah, you went.
Quick meeting, remember?
End of cycle.
Oh, the end of cycle, no.
It's like, wait a minute.
I mean, it didn't say our, sanctions administered.
Yeah, it had a section of,
I'm
Had-
sorry,
I did.
I must have been asleep in that part.
That is all right.
Now I'm gonna go home and look
have
at
a-
the document.
I have a question in regards to the ballots.
Yeah.
How were the ballots formulated or drawn up or laid out?
What do you mean?
So national off,
Last election, we had a lot of extra work put into the ballots because of the placements of the wording on the ballots and the folding. It created a major computer kickout. I mean, major.
He's talking about the line.
yeah, there was a crease right through two of the bubbles, so it
Oh, I
was,
see.
the computer had a hard time knowing who voted for him.
You know,
I think Jackie mentioned this before, and I am in 100% agreement. We have to find a way to go back to stuffing and sealing ourselves and bringing them
Object.
to the post office.
On the record.
I know you objected, right, Ryan? I think it used to be such a fun time, food provided, people just sitting around talking, room full of people, stuffing. If we can find a way to voluntold people, like,
Actually, we'd be going backwards in time with that.
but we're not gonna have to worry about the sealing of the envelopes.
I'm
But
sick
until
that
we
day, you're
get-
stuffing 32,000 ballots.
But until we get to online voting, I mean, I really do think that we need to see what is going in those envelopes because of what happened last time. We need to know that we are putting the colors into those envelopes. Because, I mean, you know, we need to be able to see that.
Well, we did, watch the process of the ballots being printed. We just.
Yes.
Yeah, but we didn't see the process of them being stuffed, so.
Right.
That is just something
And
I
just to
think we should.
clarify for the record, I wasn't talking anything like that. I have full faith and confidence that the printer put them in the right colors in. I'm talking because that bubble issue being on the line, when their machine folded those ballots and put them in the envelopes, it caused a lot of torn ballots the night of the election.
Yes.
So that's what
They
I'm
can fix
specifically.
that on those ballot machines. Wherever those bubbles are, they can adjust that fold. They can fold them 3 times instead of 2 or 4
So,
times.
yeah, the mailing house uses, and we use it, and accounting has one.
Yeah.
Yes.
There, you run the paper through this big machine and it folds it, the computer folds it, basically,
Yeah.
right? The machine folds it for you.
There's a million different ways.
Yeah, so I'm sure
I
you can
know
adjust.
what you're
that
saying,
setting.
old school, I understand totally.
It was a lot of fun,
Hey,
you guys.
if we get
But I
to-
forgot we added 15,
If we get to the
18,000
point
voters.
where we can have a big party and we have tons of volunteers and there's food and it's very happy, our elections haven't been happy in a while, then yeah, go ahead and
Let's
stuff,
make 'em happy.
go ahead and stuff 32,000 envelopes. I might not be in attendance that day. I might
That's one
be
of my
under the
food-
weather. But yeah, if we
That's
can
one of
do
my
it again
food
like the old
meetings.
days, I'm not opposed to it. It's a lot based on the volunteers we currently are being able to get. But if we can, yeah, if you're right, Jackie, we can get
That's a-
elections happy again and get way more volunteers again, then what's the difference, right? If we can do it in-house.
Stuff 35,000 envelopes.
I'll still budget to have the printer take care of it.
Have to have a room for every color, so there's no.
Could we get our
You're
own
right.
folding machine?
I understand.
We got our own.
There you
Move
go.
your-
That's an
Just move the
idea.
wording, that's
Yeah.
all, because the folder's gonna fold it
Fold the
anyway.
stuff.
There you
It's gonna
go.
fold it
Get
the
our
same
own machine and do it here.
Do what?
Get our own damn machine and stuff them and fold them here.
No,
Right here. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, get our own folding machine and all we gotta do is.
That'd be a
stuff
good
it in.
idea. Then we see what's going into the envelopes.
We don't wanna see.
we don't want, they just want to complain.
Oh, no, I mean, that's.
No, but to Jackie's point, if you are physically observing
It's like,
what is going into the envelopes, if staff and commission and volunteers, and I presume we probably would have commission members and myself or whoever, we would be kind of walking around and observing everything, you would know, you'd have a lot of firsthand witnesses to what went in those envelopes.
Sure.
So if you have complaints that there's white ballots being sent when we know 100% we didn't send them, then we have Jackie and Lana and Phil and Ashley and Ryan all be like, well, here's an affidavit. We were literally there putting them in the envelopes. You eliminate some of that speculation, even though I'm 100% certain there was no white ballots sent from our elections.
But we.
You can
see it all.
definitively say that if you're stuffing
Yeah.
your own.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a lot of manpower, but
Wonder how much one of the machines costs.
I don't know.
50, 60,000?
Look into it, yeah.
I'd
I don't
I'd
know.
rather see the effort and the money put into online voting and absentee requests myself.
Yeah, but you know what, that's not gonna happen overnight. I mean, that's just gonna be something that we're gonna have to.
Where
go.
were we?
What
I just think,
if,
but
what if we have
I
so
lied to
many
you.
tribal
Should I
committees?
just shut down the meeting?
What if we somehow get the board to agree that ballot stuffing days, all committees are going to be in attendance helping us?
Wait, say that again, Lana, sorry.
We've got so many committees in the tribe, why can't we have the committees voluntold to come in and
Because
assist us
you
with
will
that?
be told that
You can't tell
a
them.
grant is there and they can't help because their department or their person is under a grant.
Well, you can't
So
Oh, man, I think
that,
I'm under a
You
grant.
can't. They have to be here
well,
anyway.
you know what, maybe in 2 years, we'll have online voting. I mean, for real.
legal department, if we have to do it again, we will. We shut down that nonsense about if you're grant funded, you can't help.
Yes.
So that shouldn't be an issue anymore. It shouldn't have been an issue last election cycle either. But if anyone, and I told other staff this, I think he even blasted out a memo or an email letting people know. So that if a supervisor says that's an issue, bring it to Lana or bring it to myself. We shut that, we clarified that from the legal department
We have
standpoint.
to have a policy that applies to everybody, I believe.
I think it was done before my time even.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't have come up this last election cycle. If it did, let me know and we can correct it.
Well, that's why people, that's why we have staff
But-
who couldn't help with the problem.
I know in the past that was an issue, but
I remember that.
I think I can even find the memo that Schlehuber did when he was election attorney. So it had been
Yep.
squashed several years back, and if it becomes an issue again, we'll squash it again. Yeah.
You know what, can that get blasted out?
We should,
Yeah, I thought
Find that
I
again.
thought we sent an email out. I thought we sent an email
you know what?
out, but I agree. We will. We'll make sure that it's sent out.
Christine's direct report meeting for next week.
Yeah. There you go.
Hell, yeah. I mean, it's their programs and whatever that say that because it's grant funded. They tried to tell us law enforcement was 50-50, well, BIA funding as well as tribal support, and then, of course, detention revenue, but the BIA funding, like, that is not, that's like a treaty right to the tribe, right? That's the way I look at it. Well, they tried to tell us, well, that's grant funding. I don't see that as grant funding. What do you, no, that, I'm not reporting this to anybody. I report on my grants. So, yeah, we argued against it too, Jackie. It was ridiculous.
That's the best thing I heard today.
All right. Number 9, all election commission members shall refrain from making any public comment regarding the election procedures unless authorized by election commission. Election commission members shall refrain from campaigning on behalf of, excuse me, or in opposition to any candidate or referendum issue. It shall be cause for removal from the election commission by the board of directors if any member violates this chapter.
So don't say, don't vote for Trump.
I mean, that is any candidate,
Poor man.
any candidate.
I did the same thing at the board table, so we're good. We're talking tribal elections in this thing, though.
I don't know, they're trying to.
So I'm gonna flag this here, and it's also in number 10. I'm gonna say board of directors still involved in removals, question mark. I know that's a hot topic, and I know the board is looking at potential administrative hearing procedures that could be used for stuff like this for a removal of committee members or commission members. But I don't have any suggested language today for you guys, but I don't know how to refashion it, but I think the conversation should be had of how much the board of directors should be involved with removal of the election commission members.
Okay.
On the scenes and behind the scenes.
Correct.
So where would, okay, this will be later in,
So number 10 is, since they're connected here, election commission members may be removed from office for committing the following acts: willful neglect of duties prescribed in this, I should say chapter, prescribed in this chapter, corruption in office, such violation of code of ethics, working under influence of drugs and alcohol, campaigning for any candidate or any referendum, or otherwise improperly interfering with the conduct of any tribal election as described above. A violation of any law of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians that would be a felony in the state of Michigan. A petition for removal of an election commissioner member may be brought by majority vote of the tribal board of directors. The hearing procedures for removal of a commission member shall be administrative hearing conducted by the Sioux Tribe Court Chief Judge. Decisions of the administration hearing shall be final and not appealable. All right, have at it. I know it's a
oh, no way. Okay, that's, I think that due process,
Where are you at?
petition for removal, the hearing procedure for removal is administration hearing conducted by the Sioux Tribe Court Chief Judge. Decisions of the administration hearing shall be final and not appealable. I don't think, that's not fair. I think everyone should be afforded due process. I was looking under 10B, corruption in office, violation of code of ethics. Do we have a code of ethics?
The board's working on a draft of them right now, but there is actually a resolution that is a code of ethics that was approved back in the 90s.
Okay, so-
I don't know how well written they are.
I don't know either.
Yeah, but.
So, okay, so that's a gray area, but, that's great. But, some people can use that to their, do we have a code of ethics, or do we have a gray code of ethics, or is there a real code of ethics? Are we going to not use that? Or, is this going to be pick and choose? Those are the kind of questions I have with that. And, yeah, definitely that,
I think the background's gonna be decided by the board.
I think that we should have legal look over this, and I think everybody, I mean, that's part of our rights, is to have due process, and this does not afford due process. I mean, is that something that, I know I'm just one commissioner asking for this to be looked at, but, I mean, it's our right.
What are administrative hearing,
Yeah, we're
What
not,
are even the rules for an administration
right,
hearing?
is that, I know we don't necessarily have one, and Chief Judge Fabry, when she was here, assigned federal administrative hearing rules or something?
Basically, yeah, she did the federal rules of civil procedure would govern.
So does that have our due process rights contained within it? And administrative hearings also?
Yeah, so there's two things with, so at the very basic level, having due process means the ability to have a fair and impartial hearing. So having the chief judge do an administrative hearing where both sides can give all their evidence and the judge is an impartial decision maker, you've hit the quote due process threshold. If you want an appeal, a right to appeal, that's separate than, they often get conflated to the same thing, but appeal in and of itself is not necessarily a due process right, but you can build in an appeal to create even more protections for the person whose rights were diminished. So
And
you've hit due
that-
process if you have a fair hearing, but allowing an appeal creates even more quote due process, right? Because it lets them, if they lose, it lets them have one more chance at the judges overturning their, whatever it is, conviction if it's criminal, if it's civil here, as in the removal hearings.
And that should be
And I think,
appealable.
I think that is, we should give our members every right and every chance. And I don't know, I just see this as, it's just not fair. Because it gives the administration or the board always the advantage. And it needs to be spelled out exactly. Administrative hearing.
That's
the
not
hearing
administration, you know that, right, Jackie? Administrative
Yeah.
hearings are not
Yes, yes.
administration, so it's not
But
them or
decisions of the
board. Okay.
administrative hearing, but what, the hearing procedures for removal of a commission member shall be an administrative hearing, but we don't even have any rules for an administrative hearing. They had to put it over to the federal rules, so we need to, that's what it needs to be said in here, is that's the way it's gonna go. Or administrative hearings need to be adopted so that everybody knows exactly what, what's gonna go, what the parameters are here.
Yeah, and I do know the board is working on administrative hearing code.
Yep.
But I also think, yeah.
Yeah, if this language stays, I would like to shoot removals to the administrative hearing code if that gets adopted. If it doesn't, then I agree, Jackie, we need to flesh it out in chapter 10 so we know exactly how it works for chapter 10. And then if the board adopts a administrative hearing code for other things, then that's fine, but then at least we have it spelled out for elections.
So,
And I also think they should be appealable because we don't have a separation of powers.
no, we don't. And we just ran into something with another committee, Jackie, that my initial thought was, yes, these should be appealable, but as I'm thinking about it, one of our elder committees voted to remove one of their members based on the code. That wasn't appealable. They're removed. Position is vacant. And I'm not sure about this, and I know we've had several removals from the board of directors. If that hearing board established by code for removal of a board member, if they are removed by that hearing panel, does that board member have a right to appeal?
But isn't that different because it's
Let
a
me check,
board of
but I don't think so. I
directors
don't think-
removing a board of director?
But I'm talking a committee as well as board. So I don't know if one committee or commission is going to have a decision to remove as appealable, then we need to update all of our committee commission things so that individual removed from that elder committee should have been able to file an appeal to say, hey, I don't think I should have been removed.
Well, I don't.
But they didn't have that right. They just got removed.
I don't know if I 100% agree with that, Lana. Just because the election commissioners, if they're removed, can have an appeal that other committee members need to appeal. The elections can and often should stand alone based on Chapter 10. So I don't think just because a rule might apply to a commissioner that applies to an elder committee member or an enrollment committee member. So I don't know, I don't think that necessarily tracks, because elections are very different, but
How are enrollment
If-
committee members removed? Is it a vote of the committee?
they have in their bylaws, there's like automatic forfeiture of your seat if you miss a certain amount of meetings unexcused, and if you miss a certain amount excused, then that membership can vote you out. Yeah, the committee itself votes. For the removal from office, I don't think our directors get an appeal, but let me check real quick.
I'm almost positive
I'm
that they don't,
same.
otherwise a couple of them might have appealed it, but,
Which,
which is, and I get what you're saying, it's neither here nor there, but I mean, I just, they don't get the affording of an administrative hearing within the tribal court.
yeah, so
And they
decision.
still can't appeal.
Decision of the hearing board, this is for removals of board of directors, is final. And I believe, I'm trying to remember the workshop where this language got finalized with the board of directors for Chapter 10. I believe that weighed into their decision to not make these appealable, because if they get removed, they can't appeal. And I don't remember the exact conversation, but it was along those lines. That's why the current Chapter 10 isn't appealable. They looked at 16 and saw, well, if I'm removed as a board member, I don't get an appeal, but I still had due process because I had a fair hearing, and that's,
And
in
they
my
changed.
recollection, that's how they tracked it with Chapter 10. Well, and that's why they're currently not appealable. I'm not opposed to making them appealable.
Right.
I'm just, for context, that's how it got to the current language.
And I'm just thinking about like if the committee, and I completely agree that just because it's an elder committee that can remove members, whatever, but the board removal is a panel of attorneys. Election commission removal is in the actual tribal court. And right now, neither one of those are appealable, but you have just individuals on a committee who are able to remove members of their committee, and that's not appealable.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you have professionals at the board level and the commission level, and actual law-trained and educated people making these decisions, and we think that that should be appealable. But other committees that don't have these professional law-trained, I mean, I don't even know what the understanding of bylaws is at these levels, honestly, because I don't understand them all myself, but they're not appealable, is my thought comparison. And I know that just because it's in one, it doesn't necessarily mean it should be in the other or apply to the other, but why, I don't know. I think everything should be appealable, but if you have the rules spelled out of why, like, and I think that's why this elder committee was able to do it within their committee, their bylaws stated that you can't violate this, this, and this. And if you do, then you could be removed by the committee.
And
Okay.
the commission could consider making themselves the police of themselves. I don't know if it's a good idea or not. Does the commission want to be the one that initially removes its own members? But that also has equally as much drama and politics behind it potentially as the board doing it.
Why can't we
But
just
with-
follow
okay.
the rules of due process?
What does that mean, though, Boyd?
Right? That's the question.
I mean, the threshold due process is a fair and impartial hearing,
Right.
Yes.
full stop.
And this
That's all, you
provides
have
that.
due process here. We're talking about, do we want to build even more appealability appealability.
Yes.
Is that a word?
I
That is
think,
now.
Yeah.
I think that the reason why I think there should be more of an appeal process, there should be a second, is because the section A, willful neglect of the duties prescribed in this, what is, chapter, and corruption in office, violation of code of ethics. Those two things are subject to interpretation by maybe someone's trying to, I mean, because I've seen this happen at the board level of, they're trying to get rid of somebody or something, and they're just getting, it's a setup. And so if that's what's, I mean, I just think they should be afforded, you know, to appeal it, because, you know, who's to say that, you know, maybe what somebody thinks is a neglect of duties, maybe somebody else doesn't. Corruption, and we don't even have a code of ethics, that they're, you know, I mean, that's a wish-washy thing, the whole code of ethics, it's all wishy-washy. So that's why I really do think that, you know, we need to be able to appeal because of those two things right there. Well, amongst other things, but those are two blaring things that I see.
To me, I think there should be a guideline, basically, that you have the right to file for appeal, and that appeal is reviewed and either forwarded or denied, not to have an appeal after an appeal after an appeal after.
Well, no, I think once it goes to the Court of Appeals, their decision is
Yeah,
final and
that's what I
binding,
mean,
and
but
nobody
I
gets
mean-
to appeal further than that. I personally don't have an issue with it. I'm just looking at the fairness, and as far as A and B, and you know what, maybe I'll wait till you guys do your membership stuff, because then I'll give you my opinion as a member.
I mean, this was designed, I think I said this previously, but this was designed this way in part, and I believe it worked properly this election cycle, to make it harder for the board of directors to get rid of a election commission member. Before, they could just remove the committee members basically as ever they saw fit.
Yeah.
So whatever anyone thinks of how it played out, it worked in the sense that a removal petition was brought and the removal was dismissed. It made it harder for the board to, it was dramatic, but it made it harder for the board to remove a committee member. And I would want whatever language we put in here, even with, if we have an appeal, I still want it to be a really high threshold for the board of directors to successfully remove a commission member.
You stick your hand in it.
Well, to Jackie's point, though, with A and B, it can be subjective. So
a law.
what about language, like rules of evidentiary procedure or something like that? Like, you can't just say that this person did it, you have to actually provide proof. Is that already in here somewhere? There has to be written verification, video verification, whatever the means may be, because that could be construed as subjective. Like, what is willful neglect? You see me doing something and you don't think it's right, but show me in the code where it says I can't do that.
Right,
You know, show me where I violated that section of the code.
right. It's not done by verbally, it's just
And
done by.
and just, I mean, we're just kind of operating with,
Well, the board's-
we don't have a real
That was
code
a
of
tick I
ethics. I
just
mean,
took
they
off.
say we don't have a code of
There was a
ethics.
black thing on your lip.
You know,
and
it's
now-
just
Now I got a blood
so
mark there 'cause I just
wishy-washy,
peeled
and
it
what,
off
is
of
this
me.
pick and choose again?
Wait, hold it.
You know, we
Hold it,
can't,
I'll
we
get it.
can't, we can't be doing the
is
pick
it?
and choose
I think
thing.
this is it.
Of, okay, no, we do have a code of ethics. Well, no, over here, up here, no, we don't have a code
Oh
of
my
ethics.
gosh.
But over there, you guys got a
sure
code of
was.
ethics. So you either do or you don't.
Dead bug.
Yeah, but it fell apart, so you might still have a piece in.
Yeah, and I don't even, so I haven't seen the 1990 whatever code of ethics, but I don't think we've been really, it might be in effect.
And then I forgot about it.
And the fact that it's like an actual
like a tip
resolution that never got
over the toilet
rescinded,
when-
but I don't think it's in effect that we're actually like putting it
It
into
was on the
practice.
back.
Because the board of directors
I thought it was.
was workshopping last week,
had a
a
tick
new
on me.
code of ethics, so we don't have one that has any force and effect, even if we have one.
So can we
Oh, it
like
came apart.
either
Does it look like
With
it-
us, we
it's been
workshop
there all
this part.
afternoon?
and see what we can come?
Can we workshop this part and see what is we can come up with? And,
His head fell off, so, because I pinched him.
because this is a big red
I
flag.
think it's a tip.
Sorry, you
I'm
guys.
sorry,
We have a wood
guys.
chip
I-
situation.
I'm trying to listen to you, and they're fighting a tick over here, and I'm trying to concentrate on what you're saying. Yes,
Or something?
I want to flesh this, I think we at this level should come up with different language for this section, several options, and workshop what we think here is the best option. And again, I'm certainly not a code, I think it's perfectly fine to have a right to appeal built into the code, but I think we should flesh out more concretely how this commission would recommend the removal hearing go, the procedures, the standard of evidence, like is it preponderance of evidence? Is it reasonable doubt? Like what is the standard to apply?
Yes.
All that stuff. Yeah.
And I think too that this in front of, when we have the membership weighing in, coming to those Zoom in, I'm sure we're gonna get some ideas and they're gonna have a voice on this too.
Yes, I'm sure. Yeah, I agree.
Maybe,
Okay, so we're going to come back to this,
also,
correct?
Yeah, so I did, as a placeholder, I crossed out shall be final and not appealable. I added maybe appeal to the Sioux Tribe Court of Appeals. But then I made a note to myself that we got to spell this out, define what hearing procedures and what standard of evidence is applicable. And I can throw together some options, and certainly if there's stuff that you all want to throw together as options too, and then we can, I think we workshop this further at this level, and then of course get the membership input.
Were you in the grass?
Miigwech.
But I do know
that's so weird. That's okay.
that the board of directors is split right now on what should be sent to the court and what that means. And no matter if we do an administrative hearing, even if we spell it out, if we're sending something to the court, it's litigation, right? In its simplest terms, and it gets heated, and it brings in a lot of drama. And so I don't know if there's a better way to do removals. I don't want the board just to be able to remove things, but is there something in between that and like litigation, which is essentially what this does now? Sending it to the court is you're litigating. You have attorneys, you have rules of evidence, you have discovery. Like no matter, even if we limit it, it's still a very litigious process. And is that the right process? I don't know, and I don't know what the alternative is. That is somewhere in the middle between we're going to court and litigating, and you get to appeal to the Court of Appeals, and the board of directors can say, well, I don't like this commissioner, I want them removed. There's something in the middle, I don't know what that looks like yet, and maybe that is where we try to find that middle ground.
Is there any way the board of directors can be taken out of it completely and just leave it to legal?
Right.
Oh, I don't want to do that. I don't know if that's, I mean,
No.
if you just leave it to the legal department, the general counsel is a key employee, and it's trickling down from the board. And that's a lot of,
You put them in that's not a good situation.
yeah, I don't think that would work. I will think about this more, and I'll get some ideas together for you guys. That's somewhere a lesser than full-blown litigation, which is where we're currently at.
Could we look at what other tribes do? They have to have an election code. Maybe we could see, just to get some ideas to see what they do.
Yeah, this language is modeled after like a mashup of Creek Nation, and there was a couple of codes we pulled. So this is, I can't remember what tribes we pulled. This is pulled from some other tribal codes.
Oh, chunks.
It might be, it might have been. There were several that we looked at, and I've drawn a blank now on what they, but what they did is they send their removals of commissioners right to the Court of Appeals. So it's like a 3 or 5 panel, whatever their Court of Appeals is. So it's a multi-panel appeals judges, and then they decide it, and what they decide is final. So it looks a lot like our Chapter 16, our removal of the board members, because you send it to at least a partially a body that has some attorneys and maybe some lay people, depending on the tribe. Then they send it to a multi-paneled review hearing, and then they decide, and then it's final.
That's probably, I mean, right now, it could cost thousands of dollars, obviously.
I mean, a removal of a board member, when those go to the hearing, those cost thousands of dollars, because you're hiring attorneys to sit on that panel.
That's different, that's a paid position. We're volunteers, I mean, we don't want anything that extravagant.
Right, but that's my point. If we're sending it to the court in any capacity, it's gonna cost money. It's gonna cost money. It's gonna cost a lot of money, no matter what level of court you send it to. That's why I'd like to workshop. I don't know what that looks like yet. What something lesser than that is. That's also impartial, but isn't in the court system. Maybe there's some kind of separate hearing panel of like almost like an employment appeal, where it's not attorneys, it's lay people. Yeah, like lay people sitting on it. I don't know if, we'd have to like flesh that out and take that to the end of the thought process and see if we thought that was appropriate. That would certainly not be as litigious. It wouldn't cost as much money. Everyone wouldn't have the ability to lawyer up necessarily.
People can't afford lawyers. You guys are expensive.
Yeah.
But like, what I'm thinking is if we looked at maybe what other tribes have done, because every tribe has, a general counsel or attorneys that, they're underneath, what's general counsel under, the chairman?
The board.
The board of directors, okay. So then also, like you are overseeing the election commission. So wonder if the board's telling you, we want this, but we're telling you, we want this. How do you do that?
Or gets what they want.
Right.
I mean, so
That's why I thought bring it up. I mean, I don't know what else to suggest, so that's what I suggested.
No, I think your suggestions are good. I'll flesh out some options that are
Is there a reason we go to outside attorneys within our own?
Because
conflicts.
inside attorneys cannot rule on anything related to the commission. That just is a bigger conflict.
I mean, general counsel is right under the board. I am your attorney. I shouldn't be.
You're under general counsel, right?
Yeah, and I'm your attorney, and I conflicted myself out from arguing any kind of removal of a commissioner, and then just in general, the staff attorney, we believe he should be conflicted out too. It's not really proper ethically for us as in-house to do those types of hearings if it's removing a committee member of any of our committees. That's why we outsource them. But the same thing, we wouldn't like represent any party in a removal of a board of director. Those would be, they have to pay for their own attorneys, but we wouldn't, if there was some capacity where our department was involved, we would also have to outsource that for conflicts reasons. That's why.
okay, so
So we're going to revisit this and maybe revisit it after we're able to hear from the membership. I mean, yeah, that's what I think.
Yes, yeah. I'll throw together some options, but yeah, we'll revisit this and see if any of my options can be fleshed out more to something that's a little more workable.
Okay, now,
Number 11, Election Commission shall conduct all business and open meetings at a location accessible to the public. At times, the commission may need to close the meetings for attorney-client privilege communication or litigation purposes. The commission will meet as often as necessary to conduct its business. A majority of the members of the election commission shall constitute a quorum for the transaction of business. Meetings of the election commission shall be governed by the bylaws of the election commission. The election commission shall keep complete and accurate records of all meetings and actions taken. Meetings scheduled shall be pursuant to 8B above. Is any thoughts on that one?
that goes by Robert Rules of Orders.
Everybody agree with that, 11?
Next, 12, all books and records of the election commission shall be open to inspection by members upon reasonable request to the board of directors pursuant to Article 3, Section 1 of the tribal bylaws and the Tribal Freedom of Information Act, Chapter 15.
Is that absolutely true though, Ryan?
Well, no, because
Yeah.
chapter 15 would limit like the financial stuff. There'd be a lot of stuff that isn't open to inspection.
Could that be spelled out a little bit clearer on here? I know it says pursuant to that chapter, but,
Yeah, because like, who can go in to ask to look at financial reports from candidates' financial reports? Who's allowed to go in and look at those?
these 5 commissioners sitting here,
So like a candidate can't even go in and look at that.
they can look at their own, I would
They
imagine.
can look at theirs, but are
Not
they allowed
anybody
to look at
else's.
it? Okay.
Yeah. I would never, ever, I would never think that that would be the right way to do things. That is confidential information, and when you have one candidate who's spending this at a vendor to do this, and you have another candidate who wants to come in and look at that stuff, either,
That's none of his business.
it's none of their business, but go find your own vendor kind of thing too.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
'cause, you know,
there's
they can
just, those are confidential, and depending on how the code is finally rewritten, there's not going to be much in the documents. Like right now, this is the first election I think the tribe conducted that did not have a background check requirement. But if you put in and the board actually adopts changes that includes some felonies in the code, then background checks are going to be required again. I don't know, that would be nobody's business. It may be a public record, but we're obtaining it for purposes of an election. That's not for the purpose of sharing it because somebody puts in a FOIA request or something like
That's
that.
the same thing with employees.
Right, yeah, so, and we would dispose of those records anyways within the code allotted time frame, which was not done before.
But,
Yeah, they did not get rid of background checks.
but the
Before.
employees is, what is the gaming commission, right?
It is, yes, gaming and HR, human resources. So we may want to just look at how we can reword that to be compliant with the Constitution and code, but somehow make it clear that this is not, I'll tell you
Yeah,
about
I
a
mean,
phone call I had.
I don't want to copy and paste all of all of our FOIA into this
Right.
chapter, but we can maybe make it more clear and also shoot it back to 15. So basically what a member would have to do is they have to do a FOIA request and say, I want to see X, Y, and Z from the election commission records. And then it goes through the FOIA department and it comes up to legal for review. And we're like, yes, they can see these, or no, they can't, or yes, they can see X and Y, but Z is exempted for these reasons under chapter 15. And then
Wow.
that's how
yeah.
it works with all of our tribal records.
Yeah, I was just thinking that maybe pursuant to the bylaws, whatever, and the Tribal FOIA Act, could it be worded in a way that, with the exception of those items that are exempt per chapter 15, something
Yeah.
along those lines, so it's
Yeah.
clear that this tells me that anyone can walk into my office and ask for anything without noting that there are exemptions to this, and maybe we need to do that in other areas, not just this stuff, but
Well, to play devil's advocate, it doesn't, I can understand how if someone reads that, they might think, I can come in and just request the board of directors to see something, but it also tells you, you have to make a request to the directors pursuant to our bylaws and pursuant to chapter 15, so
yeah.
I know people wouldn't do this, but it does tell you to go look at those sections, and that tells you the process of how you're supposed to get the information, but we can make it more clear right here. We can even say, like, records are open to inspection by members upon filing a Freedom of Information Act request pursuant to Chapter 15 to the Board of Directors. Any and all records that are not exempt from disclosure under Chapter 15 will be allowed inspection by the member, or something like that.
Not an
Yeah.
exempt under chapter 15, maybe something, yeah.
Okay, I'll tweak this. I'll tweak this language some more.
A lot of work out of this, Ryan.
It's my job. Okay, well, we finished section 104.
What about 13?
No, we didn't do
It's because look, my Word document ends because it wasn't, it didn't.
So it states, if an immediate family member of a currently sitting election commission member files as a candidate, the commission member shall be disqualified from participating in any action of the election commission relating to the office for which the immediate family member has filed. Action includes voting on any official matters that pertain to that family member candidate, participating in any contests or complaints that involve that family member, or tabulation of votes. Action shall not include any administrative functions such as the preparation of mailers, creation of notices, etc.
And that's where the alternate would be able to come in to fill that.
So that would be the section that we would probably want to add some of the alternate language. Yeah, I think that would be, instead of just excluded from certain things, just bring the alternate up, have the commission member slide down into the alternate seat. And none of it having to go back to the Elder Advisory Committee or the Board of Directors for action. So it's a seamless action, seamless transition.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good.
Can I make a motion?
For what?
Can I make a
course.
motion that
Can I make a motion that we end after this part because I have to get back to school.
That's okay. We got to get stuff done too.
we gotta
so-
get back to work? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I was hoping that we'd end after 104 here. That was a long one, so.
104,
That's a lot.
are we ending?
Yeah, well,
Boyd has to determine that.
No, Jackie made a motion so someone could second.
I made a motion.
Your second on that.
Okay, so Jackie made a motion.
motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
We need a second.
We need a second.
Do I hear a second?
Seconded down there, didn't they?
No. Ernie's not ready to quit yet.
I don't know, Ernie's awful quiet today.
We're still going.
Did we get a second?
I don't.
Where are we at?
We're waiting for a second on
We're
adjournment.
just going to 10.105 emergency election.
We're
commission.
just starting.
That's where you would start up next time. You guys have been doing this for what, 3-4 hours now? Short break.
I don't care, it doesn't matter to me, I'll just sleep here.
Second request for a second.
I'll second if nobody else will. If you guys wanna quit, I don't know.
In
If
favor?
you're gonna second it, then we're gonna quit.
Well, Jackie has to go. So we can't
So,
without her, right?
You still have a quorum. If Jackie needs to leave, you still have a quorum. So technically, you could all keep going if you wanted to. I do know, as staff, we would appreciate if we ended today as well. But I can stick around. I can stick around a little bit longer if Lana or Ashley has to leave. I can stick around for maybe another.
Just have a
I'll
few things
second it.
together.
Okay.
Okay, he's gonna second it.
All in favor?
Well, okay, I'll
As long
second.
as you all agree.
I know.
I just
Hi.
don't wanna be a
Aye.
shirker here. Get out of stuff.
Sometimes, man, you gotta step up, Lou.
So Jackie motioned, Luann seconded it, right?
Yeah.
We got
That's
two,
what
we got two ayes down here.
At what exact time is 3?
Luann, is an aye.
I,
Aye.
Phil?
Alright,
Motion carried. We are adjourned.
so this is
Okay, the good thing is 104 is the biggest section, so a lot of the other ones should hopefully go a little quicker.
alright.
I'm shutting down the Zoom.
these are,
All right,
The recording has stopped.
perfect.
this is not easy.
3:15.
You have to be careful.
Yeah, that's why